Alrighty, I think it's live, or it should show up, but yeah, welcome you guys. We already went over the news. We did our pledge. Again, the airlines was a tragedy with what we experienced today, and then generally, Meta and Tesla, they were perceived as good earnings. So we'll see how it plays out, but again, today is all about Apple. Powell really didn't give much. People like to see him as dovish, and then we go from there, but let me see. Let's get this set up. Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Free the Chads. Free the Chads, baby. Yeah, I think they should start to show up. So, let me go to the bathroom, and then let's get into some plays, and then that's it. Then it's game time, baby. And then it will be game time. I need to try to fix my desk.
Constrained.
I can't move
things. Here it is again. Go ballistic next year, Carl. Ballistic.
Oh, really? Not ludicrous anymore?
No,
We've
really.
moved on to ballistic.
Ballistic, really ballistic in 27 and 28. That's for battery packs.
It's going to be great.
What did Jensen say? Insane? I mean, these guys are good with the adjectives.
Yes.
Zuckerberg was very bullish, too. Bullish on the administration.
Yes.
He even mentioned it on the call. When we come back, Southwest Airlines CEO Bob Jordan
still
with
trying
his
to fix it.
perspective on last night's plane crash, as well as his company's quarterly results. We'll be right back, taking another look at futures as we head into the opening bell. Digesting the Fed, the ECB, all of these earnings movers. Dow futures down 94, but S&P futures pointed up 13. NASDAQ 2 looking for a recovery from yesterday, up 95.
We're good,
ahead of
baby.
the open. We'll be right back.
We're good. They'll be right back. All right. I didn't even have to go to the bathroom, but yeah, I still need to. But we got plays here in a little bit. I'm going to send some out right now. I hope you guys watch the watch list. There's actually one big one. This is ECB.
Thanks.
But I will be right back.
It's a nice question.
Nice question. Thank
But
you.
let's face it. We are currently restrictive.
Oh, I'm looking at
We
the
are
wrong
not
chat
at
again.
neutral rate. This is a debate that is entirely
They
premature.
are. Good morning.
When we get closer to that, we will operate on the basis of a staff research paper, on the basis of the analysis provided by staff, and then that will help us determine how close we are and what our monetary policy stance should be. If you're asking me today whether we should go below neutral rate in order to stimulate the economy, I cannot tell you that. That's pretty obvious. We decide meeting by meeting on the basis of data, and we are not pre-committing to any particular pace. So how could I tell you if and when we arrive at this conceptual principle of the neutral rate, what we will do afterwards? This is going to depend on the data that we receive.
Stefan Rechius of Handelsblatt. Stefan, please.
Oh, by the way, we will
said
be
get
also,
along to her.
I mean, I know staff is going to work very hard on models, but we will be looking at all sorts of information, intelligence, the famous
I speak
reference
German.
to looking out of the window. We will also be looking out the window.
Thank you for the floor. Here I am.
Hi.
Hi. You had a dinner guest on Tuesday evening, which, if I'm not mistaken, was the first time. Could you walk us through the
That's who Mark
exchange
Zuckerberg
with
wishes
Ursula
he
von der Leyen
was.
and what you talked about?
Anyways, Chatadonia, we've already gone over the headlines. There is a lot out there. Again, the sentiment is decent. Again, Meta and Tesla were perceived as good. Microsoft was the bad part, but again, it wasn't enough to give you more fear than DeepSeek, said simply. So we'll see where it takes us, but I do have a couple of plays. I am going to be looking at all of the ones that we said on the watch list. So KRE is going to be the main one. Broadcom, they got the benefit off of Celeste, and then Beto, UPS, MO, Tesla, and then Confluent and Snowflake. There's like a little buyout. These are birthday! Happy birthday, baby. Wow, on the play. So that being said, for now that you got the info, it's Uncommon's birthday. Tell me, my friends, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. Let's go. Cake. UPS shares, AAL, Comcast puts, Broadcom, Long Nvidia, UPS shares, TM, CLS, more UPS long-term, Medical, KRE, Intel, SAP, Intel, Tesla, TLT, Nvidia, Comcast, VIX calls, Eyes on UPS long-term, Amazon, UEC, NASDAQ 100, Coke long, Microsoft long, UPS, Ethereum long, Keeping K-Web, Uber long, Intel shares, super long-term, LT, NVAX, LRCX, BTDR, CI, NQ call, Grab, CMG, lots of UPS, Axon long, Resfin, Sell My Meta, Broadcom, Flex, long crypto, Hollow average down, Autodesk, Josh needs a new desk, monitoring SPY puts, Ford Motors, Apple, long Redfin in the final plays. Beetle calls, Rum long, Intel, the Bible, TLT, and I just want the lasses. Tesla on the high. There it is, baby. Let's go. Wow. All right, baby. You guys ready? You doing good? More Whirlpool? They did bad, bro. They did bad, but again, I'm glad we had a 40% cushion. But yeah, let's see how the value names really handle this. You know what I'm saying? Because value is an interesting one. Because again, this earning so far has been decent for the big tech. And right now, if you really look at it, the value names aren't having their good earnings yet. A couple have, but so far it's pretty lackluster. So we'll see where it takes us. But again, today will be about Apple after the bell. We'll see what our boy Donald Trump brings in with any policy. You might get another more contentious RFK. And then Bonds and Powell, he was perceived as dovish, although the rate cut odds, no one's expecting anything with rate cuts till about June, you know? So we'll see. You bought your first house 2 years ago? Wow, good work, baby. Amen, bro. I love it. All of you, you did good. And listen, all of you guys in here, man, y'all did very good with the plays. I think some of y'all got to realize I'm not that big of an asshole if you just post your damn play. Y'all were fucking dope yesterday, and I appreciate it. So I don't know if y'all want, I'm here to get news and info. I'm ready to work and do a lot of things. If you want to do the same, man, post that play, baby. Yeah, that was fire yesterday. I don't know. I hope it's not like a high, you know? I hope that didn't set a high, and then we chased the dragon, and I never see that again. So I really hope that's the minimum, not the high, you know? So let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, you got about 30 seconds. Post any plays. You let me know what you need, my brother, and then we'll be good to go. And then we will be good to go. What is it, 6:30? Let's see. All right, 10 seconds. All right. Round one. Fight. All right, again, a lot of post earnings and then pre. So don't forget Apple and Intel, but then UPS, all the other ones, those could be a big one. What? Who just got those? I just saw somebody get like near the money $5 plays. What? It's kind of hype. All right, yeah, there is some cheap ones there. I mean, that'd be another 10%. So calls are a clap. Puts are kind of already up on UPS, but like I said, they're 1,000%. But there's a couple that were not too crazy. Again, watch MO. I think we're going to get an update on that later. AMD on the high as well. XYZ, that was yesterday. I know we got a long-term deposit in a couple days, so I think UPS just became the cheapest one. All right, give it a sec. I'll wait for UPS, but if that starts flushing, those will keep going. But again, the premiums are already high. Watch China. China hasn't really moved much, at least pre-market. It's starting to get a bid right now. ECB Lagarde still speaking. So again, watch the dollar, euro. Again, the yen is already leading. Estee Lauder. Again, there wasn't really bad China news. I mean, Lutnick was a little aggressive, but again, they held up. But you just don't. Again, there's been a lot of good China. But lately, it was just kind of neutral. And then again, Tesla and Meta, those are perceived as the good ones. Microsoft, biggest slide since October. They're down 6. Yeah, so Microsoft doesn't really move like that. If they go a little bit lower, Watch out for that, my brother. Yeah, the earnings are helping calm the DeepSeek fears. That is the thing. All right. The Intels are barely up. What's the other one? And then the Betos are holding as well. I don't know about iBit. Yeah, all of those plays are still holding, surprisingly. So again, even then, the lack of movement overnight. I mean, Bitcoin's now starting to climb, but premiums did hold pretty decent. Yeah, UPS might be yielding 6% now. So again, UPS on the low right there. Where were they at? 130. That's crazy, bro. Let's see. Oh yeah, you guys almost tricked me. Y'all gotta like the video for the goodies. What? All right. Yeah, UPS is drilling. I made a play. Ooh. Coin rip. Let's see if the iBits go up. Let me know. Or any of those. Because again, if we can make those free, that'll be ideal. Yeah, bro, I don't know. Gold did hit an all-time high. Very unexpectedly. But yeah, I like Estee Lauder, but we were talking about it at like $60. Some of you grabbed it for the long term, but I think it's there. I did make a play, but we don't have the likes, so you're going to have to wait till the watch list or till we achieve that goal. Yeah, Newswire at 1,500, plays at 2,000, so we'll go from there. BBAI News, some of you were just saying that. Alrighty, I see the NPaves moving. Again, the old K-Webs are dancing around. That's pretty funny. Oh, and then where are the TLTs? We have TLTs expiring tomorrow. Did they get washed? They did. The free ones? Damn. Even though it's up, again, that was a theta on that one. BBAI has new Navy contract. Wait, I think we have a problem. Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, the stream alerts didn't come through. I think it might be down. That's weird. Hold on. Well, UPS we'll see for tomorrow. Only went one. Good work. Good work. I think I have an old video on the Greeks, but I don't really use them too much. But it's good to know what they are, just to have the knowledge. I added UPS to the long term. Yeah, my stream alerts, I'm looking at them now. They haven't came through. So give me a second, though. We have something. I just hit them up to see, but yeah, very rare outage. Again, NVIDIA is still down. Tesla, they're selling off. They still got 3. Remember, that was kind of considered the good one. Microsoft still down 5. Tesla on the low still. Again, UPS, NVIDIA 130 for January. How many? But good post, baby. Let's see. Oh, I think our NVIDIA's. Where's that in the money one? That one's still up, but it's the same price. Went 60, then came back. MA. Again, my MasterCard had earnings too, I believe. And then Marriott, couple travel names. We haven't looked at AAL. They were down 3, but they've already recovered 2. Reddit on the high as well. Let me turn on the VWAP. Again, bonds are doing good, but the TLTs we made free earlier, the weekly ones, those are going to get washed unless you get really lucky here on a bounce, but I doubt it. Walmart 98. All right. Yeah, a lot of post-earning. I'm not seeing anything else, though. Again, I think you got to let's get through the morning earnings moves, but then we'll see. But industry-wise, I mean, again, it just feels generally slightly more positive than yesterday. But, again, even yesterday we had limited movement there. Netflix on the high. Gold is going, and then Cardinal Health. That's another one. Where's Caterpillar? That's post-earnings, too. And then NVIDIA at the low, so is Tesla. NASDAQ is second best or third. Russell's up 1. Is Starbucks still going? Yeah, wow. Starbucks at 109. The Medical has lost premium because earnings. So they were pricing in like 9%, and then it only moved like, 3? So that's just earnings 101, or the pricing. But I'm glad we sold most of them yesterday. Should have got rid of the TLTs, the final free ones, but yeah, they were doing good. Meta's still going now. Meta 52-week high. That's 700. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, and then Netflix as well. Then the SPY. So again, it's the Russell. There's a lot of other names right now helping you out, but and then KRE's already up 1. I wish we had that. We should have grabbed that one dip. The inauguration. But yeah, it's really like regionals, smaller cap tech, and then a couple of big cap tech is just running it right now. Broadcom, oh yeah, that's the other one I wanted to see. They had good sympathy news off of one of the earnings. Where's Whirlpool? I thought Whirlpool was going lower. Whirlpool, I mean, it's not drilling. I'm surprised UPS is still drilling, man. For the knowledge and continued positivity as your first one. Thank you, my brother. God bless you. Mexico trade minister. Mexico red tape bill to cut costs by 35%. Let's see. I mean, our metas are up by 30, but yesterday I sold them for 200%. So you're still green on them, but you technically had more of a gain on pre-earnings. It's actually wild. I think Altria is going to have a conference call because I think we're still missing something, but they did decent and then they went down. Sympathy is somebody like they're benefiting off of other news not related to them. So like if another company gets an order and they're in the same industry, the other company that didn't get the order could still benefit. Yeah, where is it? Yeah. I think it was volume. Smokeless volume on MO was lower. And remember, that was the growth. But other than that, it was a really good earnings. I think we got to, I don't know if they've had the conference call yet. Costco, Reddit, Q2. Again, Meta's leading. Yeah, Bank of America raises Meta target 765 from 710. You did post the Meta play, baby. I love it, man. I hope your NVIDIAs work out too. So I'm saying I love it, man. Good work. Good work. Intel thoughts are on the watch list. It's waiting for you, brother. But yeah, I got my play still, so we're going to see how that moves. Tesla sold. Again, Tesla was kind of weird with everything, but again, people did like it, and they liked the other one, Meta, and then Microsoft was considered the negative one. You bet I'm really scared of flying now. Like I told you, I ain't getting on any of these planes. Fuck all that. And then Trump expected to speak from White House this morning. That's coming in now. Peep my email. I tried to let you slide the first time, bro. I didn't say anything, but you didn't post the play. You know what I'm saying? This is awkward now. I'm proud of you, but not like halfway proud of you, if that makes sense. Like, did you see how I get excited about the other ones? Because they post the play in the chat. That's like, I'm like really proud of that. But I'm like halfway proud of you. But yeah, you got to follow the rules, brother. Amen, amen. Every day you want to say thank you. I appreciate it, man. Some of y'all have gotten really nice recently, and I like it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I did not think, I don't know, just if everyone got really nice in a weird way. So I'm glad. I really hope we see more of it because, again, I think you guys see how you could all work together as one, man. So I like it. Yeah, I don't know. It's good, man. So thank you. I hope you know. I mean, I appreciate y'all. And, you know, any behavior shift to the positive is always noted and is always beneficial. So thank you. Coin. I don't know any of the Bitcoin ones. Again, everything's really calm. This feels like a weird version of yesterday, but it's not like, it's not, no Fed, no nothing again. And then we got to get to Apple at the end of the day. You need help losing your money? Well, I have a Solana wallet. You could send me money or you could get a long term. The choice is yours. Other than that, the next bullshit comment, you're clapped. Thank you. A-mod. There's a Stream Alerts is down right now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if there's any. This only happens like once every 2 years. So give it a second. How much did I make on Jelly Coin? I am down $20 of the money you gave me. So again, I mean, in a funny way, I kind of hope that you guys watch that wallet and you learn the technical skill because you can monitor all of it. But yeah, I'm down. I think I'm down 20, but it was worth it. You're sending me one now? I'll take it, bro. I'll take it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm down 20. I'm still down 20. It's good, though. We work hard. I tried to send the Stream Alerts. It is down for some reason today. Give me a sec. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You guys got to watch yesterday's Watchlist, the final play. I left you guys a little message there for, like, everybody. And it's, I don't know. I need to even respond back to an email that I've received. Bro, I'm telling you, in the weirdest way, my email is like the most exciting thing in the world, and then it could be the most depressing thing in the world. But you guys need to go watch play number 3 on the watch list. Again, if any of you with some of the trades, and do not chase the dragon. I mean, there's been, I've watched some wild turnarounds in the last like 2 months. Oracle popping. Again, Oracle AI early winner. We have that play. They got beaten down, but they're starting to tick up. Oracle on the move. Now you got Baba. China names moving as well. I think, is that Intel? No. Yeah, that was the inverse Intel. The meta calls are dead. Yeah, because it didn't move what was priced in. We have a tutorial on that. That's what I keep telling you guys, even with Powell. Remember, if you agree with the market and that happens, then you have to be in that range. Anything out of it, you're going to lose. So that's why we got more money for our meta before earnings than not. The watch list is second link in the description. Oracle, big pop. That's literally up like what, 1%, 2? Yeah, out of nowhere. Oracle just woke up. Check news on that. MP double closing in. All right, we'll see. I don't know. Do you guys have bond auction results on that? I'm looking up Oracle right now. And then the video will be good. Again, AI sentiment isn't bad. It's at least, I mean, it's not as good as it once was. 610. I see Oracle, Cloud, Google in 8 regions. That's it. That's not it. That's a decent pop. All right. The Meta Strike is on the watch list. I have no idea. I already forgot. I make it free and forget about it. Life is simple that way. UAL. Again, airlines starting to go up. Again, I don't have anything on Oracle yet. Again, China's starting to wake up, and then SPY started with other one. Oh, dude, IBM. Duh. IBM is the real winner. Yeah, even Baidu woke up all of a sudden. But take a look. A lot of the tech, and then, like I said in the morning, a lot of them small caps were the ones kind of leading. But now you're getting a lot of other things. Now we have Oracle, and then China's starting to play along. I mean, bonds are doing good. Not really much. Dollar is down, but I think maybe we stop the rally if the dollar goes green. But we'll find out. Again, Google's moving. Bitcoin breakout. Again, remember, Bitcoin is it's right near highs right now. So, again, anything above like 105, don't we start moving? Let's see. Yeah, right? What's the high on Bitcoin? Oh, 110? Never mind. Futures, at least. When the Ethereum break, dude, I don't know, man. Ethereum is odd. Again, there's Bitcoin. So again, I said it on the watches yesterday. I kind of regretted that play. I don't think the logic is like strong. You know what I'm saying? So I hope it works out. But yeah, if we do get the breakout, this could be good. But again, we are positioned. I would try to make them free though. But yeah, if we get it, I think if you get above 110 on Bitcoin futures, those premiums will just run out of hype. Other than that, we're screwed. Yeah, UPS bad earnings. There's nothing there. Ukraine Foreign Ministry summons Slovakia ambassador over accusations of Kyiv alleged meddling in Slovakian internal affairs. Yeah, Bitcoin. Again, MSTR is another one. That's what you guys said when we made the plays. But like, if you buy in that and not giving me money, I don't know. You balling ass billionaire. He said, buy deep in the money MSTR, Josh. I'm like, what? That's crazy, bro. That's it. But good. If there's cheap ones, I don't know, though. I like KRE, but it moved a lot. But I'm telling you, I think everybody ignored. They bundled up what Donald Trump said about Powell, and they ignored everything that he literally said. And it seemed very interesting. Chips are going. Remember, SOX was very bad this week. Yeah, all of the chips are moving. Intel on the low, though, is coming back up, but they're the only one not getting really any love right now. Yeah, everybody's up. Broadcom breaking out 7. And then you got Marvel again. They're benefiting off Microsoft CapEx. Yeah, every chip is up except Intel. Intel's after the bell. And then Apple kind of holding. Am I getting a new GPU? No, I don't. I'll get a new GPU when I need a new computer. NNE, nuclear, that's starting to go up. Yeah, we get a deposit tomorrow, or the next day. We'll see where UPS is at. You're closing in now on a house in May. Best time to lock in a rate. I mean, rates aren't as like volatile in a weird way for real estate, especially with Powell. But I mean, how long is your escrow? Just depends. If you're more than like 3 months in, I wouldn't do anything. But 1 to 2 months, you could either lock it in, or if you're already close to the closing, then just do it whenever. But again, mortgage rates have been, ever since the rate cut, they got messed up. But last couple months, they haven't really went anywhere. I know. I think MPW. Let me get the bond. I'm gonna see if I could get info on that bond data. Because like I told you guys yesterday, that if they complete that bond offering, it's very bullish. They got a B- credit. I don't see it though. Yeah, private offering of senior secured. I don't see it. Somebody, S&P gave them a B- credit rating. That's not bad considering how bad they were. So yeah, I don't know, but get the bond details. I think that should be it. Like I told you, that is the thing, that if MPW found a way to raise $3 billion below their interest rate, you know what I'm saying? Below their dividend and all of that. I mean, that's it. That's the bond investors. They got clapped the hardest. So if they're willing to take that risk again on those properties, then I view it as a very good sign. Uber's moving on some Tesla shit, but I don't have those details yet. So be on the lookout. Trump to sign executive orders at 3 p.m. Eastern. So power hour, you're going to get Donald Trump. Tesla is going red now, yeah. Again, they went -3 yesterday, +4.5, opened up like 4 or 5, and now they're down or about to go break even. Do you think they're willing to risk? I don't know. I think it's just because the property. That's the real reason I've always liked MPW, because I could pull up every house they own or every property. It's a lot of real estate. So I don't know why they are doing it. They could even be friends with them, for crying out loud. A little cronyism for all I know. But I think it's the value of the property. But other than that, it's either because it's really good value or it isn't. It's just one of their friends kind of hooking them up. But either way, if somebody gives them $2 billion, less than the dividend, less than the government bond rate, I mean, what rational person would do that? And that would mean that there has to be something there. I like MO, but I mean, I want to say we're still up 30% on MO since our last purchase in the last 12 months. So it did come back down. This is a way better price, but I don't know. MO, when it dies, it'll really die. So I don't know. If you could be patient, I think there's some other good UPS just hit another multi-year low. So I would rather go with that one probably. I don't know if the dividend's as high. Bitcoin over 106. Watch Tesla. Watch if Meta flips, but they've been doing pretty good. And like I said, Oracle and the other chips started to wake up. Allen. Oh, he's hooking up to Chad. Well, let's go, baby. Thank you, my friends. Bonds popping a little bit. Wait. Do we have data? Hold up. Dell pop, UPS. Bonds just woke up. Remember, Dell had a couple of things with DeepSeek yesterday. It's not looking so bad after earnings. I mean, Apple could derail that, but generally, like I said, I don't think sentiment got worse, but I also don't think it got better. It was just kind of more, all right, we're working our way through. Maybe we're doing the could have been worse thing again. But yeah, bonds just pop. I don't think we have data. Again, Trump to speak about plane crash at 11 a.m. Eastern. So we get Trump in an hour, and then during Philo at Power Hour, you're going to have Donald Trump signing executive orders. Bitcoin back to 106. I like it, but like I said, I'm kind of nervous how slow it moved, or just how slow everything else is. But yeah, Bitcoin is moving. I don't got anything on that bond move, but low key bonds just broke out. UPS still holding. You grab IBM, is it? I like it too. I agree with you. I think it's expensive, but they were the standout out of yesterday, honestly. Out of any of the AI names or whatever, I really think IBM did the best. IBM did very good. But yeah, it's not cheap. Again, China is up since we called it out, but that's still holding. Now Target only up 1%, breaking out to a new high. Yeah, you're good. Not anything too crazy yet. Oh, I was going to say keep an eye on the wire, but yeah, we're almost there. You need 500 likes. Will you guys like the video if I gave you bearish tinfoil? I don't have any, but that worked yesterday. Right. Yeah, great week for Nike, but it kind of came out of nowhere, and then they benefited off of China news, but then they ignored anything bad related to China. Again, bonds are waking up here. It's kind of odd. And then SPY back to VWAP now. Is Cash live? Like Cash Patel? I don't know. Again, we're going to get Donald Trump here in about an hour on the plane crash. Let me see. I mean, SPY's technically green, but yeah, that little move there. We'll see if that's temporary or not. Oh, yeah, it is. It's crazy because these confirmations are getting juicy.
Trump fired his first FBI director, James Comey, forced out his second FBI director, Chris Wray, for being insufficiently loyal. With Mr. Patel, however, obviously the president has found a loyalist. Mr.
Yeah, this
Patel's
just started.
loyalty includes touting conspiracy theories that threaten and theories and threatened efforts at President Trump's
Yeah, Target,
image.
another candle.
How do we know Mr. Patel's theories, his beliefs, what motivates him, what he really believes? He wrote it in a book. This book, Government Gangsters.
Bro, pending home
I urge
sales.
all of you to read before you.
Hey, yo, bonds might like that. Bro, pending home sales down 5%. Estimate was break even. Let me double check. Again, no one cares about real estate like that too much, but just in general. And then pending home sales 74 versus 79. Let me see the full yearly number. We already had GDP. Not bad. It's the lowest, second lowest in the last 12 months, but yeah. No, I do have a chart to show you guys, actually. But yeah, it's not good. It's good for bonds, but in general, I mean, this could have been a little worse, but it is. I mean, the last couple of years, I mean, if you continue that, then it'll start to look ugly, but it is a month-over-month indicator. What was it? Let me see if I can find you the other one. This one you're going to have to like the video
Who should
for.
lead
Hold
the
on.
FBI? Not to me. This is someone who's left behind a trail of grievances throughout his life, lashing out at anyone who disrespects him or doesn't agree with him.
Oh, dude,
Don't
they're
take it
clapping
from me.
him.
Listen to these Republicans. who
Coin on the
worked with
high.
him during the Trump's first administration. Attorney General Bill Barr, and I quote, "I categorically oppose making Patel deputy FBI director. I said it would happen over my dead body. Patel had virtually no experience that would qualify him to serve at the highest level of the world's preeminent
Talking,
law
this is an
enforcement
FBI
agency.
director,
National Security Advisor
the
John
guy who
Bolton.
sells cowboy boots.
I didn't think he was qualified. He demonstrated no policy aptitude at all. I was forced to hire him. President Trump's Deputy National Security Advisor, Charles Kupperman. The idea that Kash Patel is going to be the FBI director is appalling. His legal career is modest at best. His ideas are ludicrous. CI Director Gina Haspel threatened to resign after President Trump proposed making Mr. Patel CIA Deputy Director. Defense Secretary Mark Esper said Mr. Patel lied
no
about
news on
whether
Target.
Nigeria had approved a hostage rescue operation.
Apple about to flush,
putting
so watch out. If
American
those big
lives
tech
at
come
risk.
down, that's
But
what's going to
Mr.
be bringing
Patel
us
would
here.
have us believe
Tesla
that
too.
all of these public servants, all Republicans, all from the first Trump administration, and apparently anyone
Yeah,
else
bro,
who's
this is a
critical of him,
scathing
are
opening
nothing but
statement.
government gangsters.
This is
and
worse
deep
than
state members.
RFK.
Many of them have made his list of enemies. Just this week, CNN reported that during the Trump administration,
You're getting a bigger flush here right now. Again, I think this is just the big tech kind of turning a little bit. So remember, you had gains from Tesla. You even had Apple up. Microsoft is at one of its worst day in years still. We're flushing because you got a lift from everything else that didn't do bad on earnings. But then some of these names that were like on the fence, the only one that's up right now is Meta. That's it. Every other one is starting to give up. And then if Meta goes down, you're clapped. And then if Apple goes negative pre-earnings run after 10% in a week, then yeah. So, I mean, you're not too bad. I mean, you still got gains on the market. So just look at where you're at. But I don't know. Worst case scenario, we probably go back to the Powell zone. Yeah, but I just, in general, NASDAQ is barely moving. You got a lot of names in their own world with the Russell right now. There's a lot of names doing good. But I think the little post-earnings tech, the waiting on the SPY, that's what's there. It's not the worst market. Just focus on individual names. That's your answer right now. If you really, again, the SPY is going to move off of Microsoft, Meta, Apple, and NVIDIA, right? But if the Russell's up by 1.2, I could probably bet you right now there's 200 names in the green. Let's see. Check up. No, you don't want me to tell you this. Oh, you guys don't want me to tell you this. You're going to get pissed. Let me update it. Let me make sure this is real. Yeah, are you ready? Are you ready? You ain't even like the video. I don't even know if you're ready, bro. Yeah, I think some of you like the video. Some of you ready. Bro, there is 411 names in the green right now on the S&P 500. There is only 92 names in the red. Yeah. Right now as I'm talking to you in real time. 400 names on the S&P are in the green. 400. Dow 22 green, 8 in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 80 in the green, 20 in the red. That's what I'm saying, bro. Just this is unfortunately, this is what happens when 7 stocks control 30% of the value. So do you get what I'm saying? You're right. The market is shit if you're only playing the SPY. But just right, if you focus on individuals, I think you're getting movement. But if it already reported or has earnings, it's going to be kind of in its own little world. And then the indexes are going to probably move more off of the big caps rather than the other 400 names. Sign of the time. Yeah, we've seen this many times though. It's more shocking depending on where we're at, you know? Trump intelligence director Gabbard appears in front of Senate. Oh, they're going with her too. And then Novo says new trial of obesity drug Cagrisema will launch on February 10th. I'm getting an NVO headline. Study long-term efficacy. Part of Redefine says it has not posted details about new trial. Patients planned after late-stage trial in December. And then Kraken brings back crypto staking for U.S. customers. Then German 10-year falls 10 basis points. Tesla. Again, watch Tesla and Apple if you want to know where the SPY is going to go. Same with Microsoft. If Microsoft starts hitting over 6-7%, I think it gets a little uglier, or that'll be more pressure unless the other ones bounce. Whirlpool earnings was bad, yeah. I own the stock. We're still up on it, but it wasn't a good, the thing that brought it up was recovery, and they still are recovering, but that earnings didn't really get you excited. It was, there was kind of some big charge-offs and other things, but I think Altria was way better. Altria's down 5%. They did really good. The only thing Altria missed on was slight lower growth in smokeless, but that was a big segment for them. You get what I'm saying? So, but I think Whirlpool was just generally underperformed. It just wasn't really good. But MO, I think people are, being nitpicky, but that was a good earnings. And then Baba, China ripping round 2. First one still holding. Redfin, typical U.S. home is taking 2 months to sell. Slowest pace in 5 years. I know. And can I give you guys some good real estate advice? None of this is advice. None of this is a recommendation. But if you want to get a house and you are looking at houses, whether your first home or you want 10, 2, 1, I don't care. Right now, bro, just like a couple years ago still, don't go for the expensive shit. Better yet, don't go for the pretty shit. Because the last couple weekends, I've been looking at a lot of good properties. I've been getting a lot of good leads, and a lot of people are getting motivated. But here's the deal. All of these properties are like ghetto. I don't know how to describe it to you other than that. These aren't fancy properties. And I think a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money going fancy right now when they think that it's kind of slowing down. Does that make sense? You are paying a premium if that property looks good. Don't ever forget that. There is a premium still on well-done properties. Yeah, you only go for the remodeled house if they're going to give it to you for cheap. You know what I'm saying? But you don't have to look at, I'm telling you, there's a very wide divergence between the house that's ready to live in and the house that's not. You know what I'm saying? So, but I've seen a lot of opportunity on the latter. And now, can we just get this out of the way? Can I get 50 likes? I think, unless my thing is lagging. But if we get 50 likes, I could unlock the news wire, and I will give you something very big for real estate. VST ripping. That is your infra play. I think Nancy got it, and it ran on Trump stuff in the beginning. It's going hand in hand with Oracle. Remember, last time VST and Oracle, they went hand in hand. Oh, I have 1.2. Then never mind. I need another 90 likes then. Yeah, my bad. It lags on me. But yeah, I need another 100 likes. But then we get a news wire and some info. I think it's worth it. That's it. 100 beautiful souls come in, and then that's it. They carry. Y'all got to carry right now. Carry, bro. Carry. Oh, we're almost there. Thank you, man. Well, thank you if you did. If you came, you know what? Honestly, your guys' effort was admirable. That's the lead. It's an admirable effort. Look, you still did it. Amen. Okay, here's the deal. Are you guys ready for this? Some of you are going to like this. Some of you are not. Do you know what this chart is? It looked like a Solana meme coin. It's not a rug pull. This is not your bank account, M&A. That's what he said. What is it? Not Chinese rates. Bro, this is rents. Now, granted, it is regional. There is some nationwide sampling to it. Bro, this is renting a house. You're finally going negative on rents. So that's good. Like I told you guys for a long time, like it should be way cheaper to rent. And that's why, too, some of you guys, you got to think about it. I don't have a problem with renting. So if you could get a good deal renting wherever you like, right? You want a penthouse, whatever, you rent and then go buy real estate to invest in. You see what I'm saying? And then that's why, like, go rent the fancy property and then go buy the value and ta-da. But yeah, this is big, bro. In general, you're starting to watch these rents move down. Dell's still going. I wouldn't call it a huge pop, but I'll accept. It's still moving up. We had another call out earlier. Shell CEO. Nah, that's not important. And then Lula, if Trump puts tariffs on Brazil, we will reciprocate. All right. Your next foreign leader calling out Trump. Brazil. Stock hasn't moved. ETFs haven't moved yet. MPW. I'm telling you, it's just the bond thing. As my take. I could be wrong, but I want to say I'm 75% sure. But I could be wrong. I mean, hence, that's why I'm down on the play. But I don't know. If it is the bond thing, that's it. But there's no update on it. But remember, yesterday, they sold it off for no damn reason. But fundamentally, that was like if they close that bond offering, that's great. Yeah, and then again, Lula, Brazil calling out Trump on tariffs. No dollar move, no Brazil move, but I would watch out for it. That might come up here later in a couple hours. Yeah, dollar's down, though. That's kind of good. That's why I'm saying every name is up. The index only looks like this because of the big tech. Oil on the high. You don't get these other countries playing this bluff. Well, I'm glad you noticed that. And this is why you guys, I want to make y'all watch all those econ lessons, but every country knows what Donald Trump is going to do. They know what he can do. Why would they be willing to do all of this, call him out and stuff? It is a show, but there is technically a macroeconomic word that defines this. There is something, if you studied this academically, there is a word about this. What is this called? What are they trying to get in all of this? Not tit for tat. That would essentially be 3 steps down the line. You're on the right road. You went a little later. You're close. It's not tit for tat, but not leverage. Leverage could kind of be an adjective of what we're trying to describe. It's not protectionism. That is what is going on, but that's not what we're looking for. Why? If I know you could fuck me up, why am I going to call you out and try to act like I'm going to fight you like I am? Why would I posture? Why would I do that? I'm trying to get something. There it is. A waz. So again, if you guys go to the trading fraternity, I probably have maybe 40 hours of economic lessons. No exaggerations, reading a textbook. The answer is bargaining power. Does that sound familiar? So again, there's a playlist, econ lessons. You go through all of these at the last 10, 20 minutes. I read a textbook and there's a lot. It's bargaining power, right? You don't want the guy, you're not going to come into this negotiation telling Trump he could do whatever he wants, right? You got to fight back a little bit so that you have something. And then if everybody in your region starts doing it, you could kind of have a little bit of a pseudo alliance to get more bargaining power. That's why Mexico, Colombia, now Brazil, if they could kind of align with the same bargaining power, they could get a way better deal than taking on Trump 1v1. You see what I'm saying? But the whole idea is posture so that you get a better deal. Because if you bow down to Trump, you're going to get a shit deal, probably. You see what I'm saying? Obviously, you might cause a little friction, but that way you hopefully you could get a better deal by trying to get bargaining power in the deal. What can you withhold? What can you offer? do you have another alternative you could go to, right? Because now if they could be like, we'll just Brazil, we'll go to Colombia, we'll go to Mexico. Fuck that. We'll do a RTA, regional trade agreement, and that's it. But if you make them know that, then you could balance it out. But bargaining power. Our MPW is still going, bro. When was the last time we saw this thing at 5? That was October? I guess no, it was at 6. But yeah, that's very, very good for now. That looks like a good base, man. I don't know. God willing. Let's see. Oracle. The 215s are at 26. I mean, let me see. Yeah, because that's like 30. That's $45 out of the money. I'm going off my head, but $45 is more than 20% out of the money by next week. So technically that play is a little cheaper because you are implying that this company will gain next to $100 billion in value in the next 8 to 9 days. You see it? So yeah, it's just an unlikely event after it already moved several percent. That's why out of the money with little time is really cheap, because what it implies is most likely not going to happen or is a low probability. Yeah, bro, gold is setting a record right now. I think that was very subtle. Bro, damn, and then yen is breaking out. Bonds and yen are not following together today. But, bro, look at this. Bro, gold is at 28.39. What the hell is happening? And then Bitcoin stopped. Looks like gold just kept going, though. I wouldn't call it bearish, but it should remind you not to forget about the dollar. Does that make sense? Because gold has been very odd. I mean, and then central banks and central bank buying and like Powell's one thing, but everybody else is panicking. But just, I don't know. I view it to say, just don't forget about the dollar is how I would put it, because it is tricky. Yeah, there was literally a euro rate cut today and then Canada yesterday. Word to central banks, amen. But again, it's still tricky with the dollar and the war and all these other things. I think that the Besson and BOJ, that could be it. And there was minutes from the Bank of Japan. So that's why it's there, but it just pay attention just because not too many days in the last couple months. Yen and bonds have kind of correlated very well, but the days they inverse, I mean, something probably happened. Yeah, UPS is still murked, bro. SMCI good to swing. Post your full play, damn it. Why are you trying to halfway pump it? I know you got the play, but I didn't check your Chad facts. I'm just reading your other message. So yeah, post the full play. Don't just tell me you have it, especially if you just told me to buy it. You know what I'm saying? I like UPS. Yeah, I do. I really like it. I get my deposit in 2 days. But I don't, what is this yielding now, bro? 5.8? Yeah, bro. I don't know, man. I like it. I mean, I'm sure some of you don't like it going straight down, but yeah, I don't own it yet, but that is a name I would greatly consider. Why wouldn't I? It was bad news. And then Walgreens responds to question on potential take private deal. Walgreens company CEO has responsibility to evaluate all options. It's not moving yet, but CEO of Walgreens is talking about the buyout stuff. I don't know if that one's old. Keep an eye on Walgreens for a sec. Is Baba still going up? Yeah, I don't see I don't know. That one might be quiet. Watch out for that. I know it fell apart, but he's talking buyout right now, so we'll see. And then the video on the low. And then Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Let's go, Peach Nation. It's here. Oh, no. Let's go. Wow. Let's go, Peach Nation. Thank you, my friend. Oh, man. Let's go. You know that's the peach on top, bro. It's like the cherry on top. So I don't know, man. He keep coming in at the right hype moment. Amen. Thank you, my friend. Shout out, Peach Nation. If you've even been able to witness the peach, you know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know. Talk about China was tough. Why is it up? I don't know. That's what I was saying. Only answer I could give you is this. I don't mean to be that dude, but it's totally on the watch list. But here it is. I have to load it. No, for real, though, because China, right when Homeboy was being aggressive, China gave it all up. But then China didn't really have anything good overnight. This is the only answer I could give you. This is why we bought China, amongst other reasons. But do you guys realize this is the NASDAQ versus K-Web? That's the only thing I could think of. So even if they don't really have good news, as long as people are like, okay, maybe China's not as bad as we thought for this period of 3 years, you know, then, you know, if you're under position, maybe they could just be getting some. But other than that, that's the only reason I could give you for today. K-Web outperformed in 2020. China, in the beginning before pandemic, and then like into it, and then once we started getting inflation, and then Xi Jinping went crazy and started, you know, welding people's doors shut, and then, you know, we tried to reopen eventually, they never did, and then he did the social prosperity, they died. But yeah, that's why. But even in general, I mean, I don't know if you remember this phrase when I first bought Baba. I just told you guys, China is literally the cheapest in the last like 40 years. I think 30. Like just dollar for dollar. Yeah, China's risky. Xi Jinping's a communist. Kind of scary. You know, there's a lot of things you could say, right? But at the end of the day, it is literally, it's like less than a third of the value of American technology or any value. I mean, the valuation and the cheapness of it was just very attractive. So anytime now, if China starts to ramp up bullishness and people get ready, then I just think there's a large gap for people to kind of balance out. I don't know if Baba got a headline. It just keeps going up. But today's not really like good China news. Bro, where's Gabbard? Where's Tulse? You disagree? Well, tell me why, but at the end of the day, everybody has disagreed with me on this for years. And that, unfortunately, I don't give a shit. And I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying, if I ever see a value like that, I'm taking it. I'm going to balance it with exposure, but my stance on China has been the same for a long time. I just think people are catching up to it now, if anything. I like UPS a lot. Then there's Baidu too. I mean, a lot of China companies have half as much cash as their market cap. Oh, but on DeepSeek, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The DeepSeek stuff is just helping China. It's getting people to get excited about China, right? My logic was before DeepSeek. I don't care about that. I'm just looking at pure, yeah, there's gigantic risk in China, but in a world where people are buying NVIDIA at that price, and I could fundamentally buy a good foreign exposure for pennies on the dollar, I'm gonna buy it. That's my big thing on it. Yeah. Yeah, Bob is back above 100, and then SPY coming down.
Years. Permit me to say, from this side of the dais,
Dash.
you're not as intimidating as I thought when I was on your side of the dais. When
Is
I
it
was
Tulsi
chairman of this
Gabbard?
committee, Senator Warner,
I'm gonna go to the
and I
bathroom.
stuck
Follow me on
to a
Instagram
single refrain
at the
with our
Trading
staff.
Fraternity.
Follow the facts.
Real Cold News on
wherever
Twitter.
They lead.
Burb.
Today, an anonymous person or group launching a campaign using rumors as sources and accusations as fact can drive the outcome of an election and of public opinion. I know it to be true. Remember, I sat in your chair for the Russia investigation, where we found much of the influence to be the result of fictitious narratives driven by Russia. Now, some of you may be wondering, why do I support Tulsi Gabbard, and why am I here to introduce her as a nominee? I've experienced firsthand a coordinated attempt to influence this nominee's support in the United States Senate and with the American people. I was contacted by several national journalists shortly after the president nominated Tulsi, asking me to confirm one of the many rumors circulating about this nominee. I informed each journalist over a 5-week period that the rumors shared with me was simply not true. This narrative was shared from one journalist to the next journalist to the next journalist. I assume today they ran out of journalists. This was a coordinated effort to kill this nomination. Advise and consent is the responsibility of the United States Senate, and I truly believe that each member takes it seriously. All members of this committee were offered the opportunity for individual meetings with Tulsi, and if you chose not to meet with her, it's on you. I've done my homework, and here are the facts. Tulsi Gabbard's historic life began at birth. She's the first American Samoan-born member of Congress, period. She graduated from Hawaii Pacific University with a degree in business administration with a concentration in international business. In 2002, at age 21, Tulsi became the youngest woman in America ever elected as a state representative. That was not enough. In 2003, she joined the Hawaii National Guard. When deployed, in her re-election, her opponent raised the issue, could you serve the people that elected you if, in fact, you were deployed? What did Tulsi do? She withdrew from her re-election campaign in order to continue to serve our country in the war.
Yeah, you got a big red nat gas
This
numbers
would not be
coming
the
out.
first or the last time Tulsi put her country.
Kind of. You're just breaking
above
the
her
low
career.
again. This is all Apple. Remember,
After
a lot of the
multiple
market
deployments
is
and
still
serving
green.
in the Hawaii City Council.
Yeah, you got to watch out
she
for
was
that.
elected to the United States House of Representatives, where she served 4 terms. Throughout her political career, she maintained her military service either in the National Guard or the Army Reserve. Media stories and anonymous rumors have questioned her qualifications, her patriotism, and whether she can be trusted, just to name a few. I refuse.
Yeah,
to
the
question
NVIDIA puts her
qualifications
gaining value
of a
again.
woman who's worn the uniform of her
Very
nation
odd. And then
for
Baba's
22
still going
years
up.
and never taken it off.
Yeah, watch if the chips
No
sell.
fewer than 5 times has the Department of Defense reviewed her security clearance and extended it.
Yeah, now all the big ones that were up, all the
single
green, they're
time.
starting to go.
If Tulsi's
Yeah,
guilty of
UPS won't
anything,
stop. Another
it's that
$4
since she was born, her
from
views,
open.
opinions, and beliefs have
Yeah, the whole
evolved
chip
to
index at a
reflect
low. It's about to
her
go
life's
red.
experiences.
Still got 0.7. And then
Winston
Meta
Churchill
just
once said,
chilling.
Those that never change their minds
But
never
again,
change anything.
the index is going to confuse you.
She served her city.
This is all the
her
big
state,
tech.
her
I own
country,
Q on the low in
while
Rocket
winning-
Lab,
while winning
flushing.
the support of the people
Yo,
she
space
represented.
stocks are dumping right
She's
now.
fought in war, and yes, she's tried to stop war.
Again, more new lows on
At the
NVIDIA, down
ripe age
3.8.
of 43,
I think that's what's causing it mixed with Apple.
Experiences that match or exceed.
Yeah, RKLB was on the low ticker. I don't know if it's
Most
red.
members of Congress.
I just saw it flush.
Tulsi was serving in uniform 3 years before some of
I own
us
Q now,
here
big
today
reds.
voted to create the director of
It's just
National
flushing through the
Intelligence.
low, honestly.
Chairman
None of these
Cotton,
have news.
Vice Chairman Warner, members of the committee, it's my honor to support and to introduce to the committee.
And again,
Lieutenant
that gas
Colonel
numbers, they
Tulsi
just came
Gabbard.
out.
Thank you,
That
Mr.
moved
Chairman.
that.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Burr. Now our colleague, Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, has taken a few minutes out of her very busy schedule to be here to introduce Ms. Gabbard as well. Senator Ernst.
Thank you, Chairman Cotton and Ranking Member Warner. And good morning to my distinguished colleagues. I also do want to take a moment this morning to recognize the lives that were lost in the collision near DCA last night. It is a truly heartbreaking tragedy. My prayers are with the victims' families and their loved ones. So thank you. Duty, honor.
Bro, Baba and K-Web
Service.
again. This is odd, dude.
These are not just words.
I don't know why
Principles
China
that
is
have
ripping like
guided
this.
Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard.
Like I'm saying, I just think it could be pure
As a
positioning.
young enlisted soldier
You don't really
in the
got a
Hawaiian
driver on
National
China
Guard,
right now.
Tulsi answered the call
Let alone
to
it goes
duty
up when we sell.
upon her deployments to the Middle East. From graduating at the top of her class,
They all are.
from the
JD, Pinduoduo,
Accelerated Officer
Baidu,
Candidate
all
School at
K-Web.
the Alabama Military
It is the AI
Academy,
follow-up, but like I'm saying,
the first
you kind of
woman
got your
to
first
do
speed
so.
bump on China yesterday.
to serving
But
as
then
the
even
youngest
today, yeah, it could
member
be
of
the
Hawaii's
Chinese New Year.
legislature.
They're all closed,
She
so then this is
upheld
just
honor while
how it goes,
breaking
but very odd.
barriers, both in uniform
Or just wait, if
and
spy
in her
bounces, then
civilian
China stays
leadership
up.
roles. And today, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard demonstrates her commitment to service by sitting before this committee.
Video dropping can
prepared
boost
to
China,
answer
but
the nation's
I mean,
call
again,
yet
it's
once again, this time as the next director of national.
they're already up like
intelligence.
20%. You see what I'm saying? Well, yeah, it does,
Tulsi
but
and I
I
share
think there's
similar
either more to
backgrounds.
it or it's just pure positioning. I don't
Both to
know.
our
I don't know.
nation
I'm just
and to
spitballing.
our communities.
But I notice odd
We've worn the
outperformance.
same uniforms, serving in the Army, National Guard, and Army Reserves.
Yeah, a lot of them. Maybe the
Leading
dollar down could be
battalions
it. Because
and
you're right, there is a
deploying
lot
to
of
Iraq
emerging markets that are up right
and
now.
Kuwait. We've both had the privilege of serving in our state legislatures and in Congress, representing the people who shaped our lives and our communities. Tulsi exemplifies.
You got a
what it
couple
means
names on
to
the high
rise
ticker.
above
They look more
partisanship,
infrastructure related. Yeah,
putting
X,
the needs of the
PHM,
American people
and
over
3M, yeah.
political
And then
divisions.
infrastructure plays
She
are
put
running.
her own life
Again,
on the line
Oracle
in
even
combat
too.
Operations.
So again, tech and
now
heavy
has
growth,
set
not
aside
as
partisan
much, but then you have the
differences
other one going.
As a former Democrat member of Congress, to answer the call to serve in a Republican
Yeah,
administration.
gold might like the dollar, and in the last
The
48
mainstream
hours, you have
media
had 2
has
rate
fought
cuts
to paint
from
their
central
own
banks,
picture of Tulsi
Canada and
Gabbard.
EU.
But let's talk about the real Tulsi Gabbard, the woman and the soldier who I've come to know and respect. And I've known Tulsi.
Okay, you're
for
back
the
to that
past
little red.
decade. Relationships matter.
TEM is up again. Anything
In 2015,
related to that
then
infrastructure deal. Look
Congresswoman
at Oracle.
Gabbard
And then the other
let
one,
my dear
VST.
friend Owen,
They're all going. Every
who was a dear
infrastructure
friend of
play,
mine from
even
Iowa
home
State
builders for crying out
University.
loud. They're up a lot.
Owen
This is 5%.
was a wounded
So every
special
infrastructure
operations
play is
warrior
moving right now.
who
Again, don't be
embodies the
fooled by the Apple
resilience and
effect
strength
or the
of our
earnings effect.
military community. Owen was the subject of an attack in Afghanistan where he lost his leg and his left eye serving in the war. After this attack, or during this attack, Owen was tossed into the dead pile. Owen, bleeding and in excruciating pain, cried out to his teammates, "I'm not dead." Thankfully, his fellow warfighter attended to Owen. But the road to recovery was long and hard, including a stint at Walter Reed Medical Center. During this
TM
time,
again.
Owen met a fellow warrior and patriot, Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who became a friend, and today they remain in touch. Owen prides himself in being a very good judge of character. And Tulsi, he speaks volumes of your character. Owen's final message to me before this hearing was, Tulsi has maintained her integrity throughout her career. She's the same gal I met in 2015. She always makes time for our old, broken. And colleagues, I will leave you with this. You know me. I trust Tulsi Gabbard. She will be honest with you. She will listen
RFK
to
agrees
your
to guarantee
concerns.
FDA will not
She will be
deprioritize, delay,
receptive to
review,
your
and approval
feedback.
of new vaccines.
And rest assured, Lieutenant Colonel Gabbard
They're making
loves
RFK promise
this
to not
country. A
not
fact
change the
proven by
FDA
her
process on
willingness
vaccines.
To put her life
That's
on
coming
the
out now.
line to defend it. For over 20 years, she has put
Any,
on
any
a uniform
infrastructure
and
play is
checked
the winner right now
her
in the morning.
Political views at the door, with one mission in mind: to protect.
Yeah, Pfizer's moving
and
off of that.
defend our great United States of America.
RFK has lied before.
Tulsi,
So have you.
duty,
So have we
honor,
all.
and service have marked your life. Thank you for your extraordinary dedication to our nation, for embodying the values that make our military the best in the world, and for stepping up to serve yet once again as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence. Relationships matter. I urge my colleagues to support this nomination.
Yeah, Whirlpool was bad earnings. You guys
My
are just
best
late.
wishes to you, Tulsi.
But yeah, we
and
did
to your
a
family.
couple times.
God bless our country.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shout out to vets.
Thank you, Senator Ernst. I know that Senator Ernst has a busy schedule to include a hearing for Dan Driscoll, the Secretary of Army nominee at
Yeah,
Armed Services
Whirlpool
Committee.
105 now.
I'm sure Senator
Flushing
Burr
again.
has to go on a fishing trip or something. So we will excuse both senators from the witness table.
Okay, Bond's down while Spy's getting back to that other base.
Ms. Gabbard, before we move to your
Is
opening
Whirlpool
statement,
lower
it is
than when
the
I
custom
bought
of
it?
the committee
The
to
best
ask
way
a
to
series
find
of
that, go to my
obligatory
Twitter or
questions to all
YouTube
nominees.
and go pull up the long term
First,
and you could
do
see
swear
what
or
price I bought
affirm
it
to
at.
Give this committee your full and truthful
the best way.
testimony.
I do.
Second, do you agree to appear before the committee here or in other venues when invited?
Yes.
Third, if confirmed, do you agree to send officials from
TEM
your office
again.
to appear before the committee and designated staff when invited?
Michael Saylor just
Fourth,
made the cover of
do you agree to
Forbes
provide documents
as
or
the
any
Bitcoin
materials
alchemist.
requested by the committee in order for it to carry out its oversight and legislative
MPW News is
responsibilities?
weird. I'm speculating, but
Fifth, will
I
you
think it's
ensure that
reaction
your
to bonds.
office and your staff provide
They
such
did a
material
bond
to the
offering.
committee when requested?
Yes.
Sixth, do you agree to inform and fully brief, to the fullest extent possible, all members of this committee on intelligence activities and covert actions rather than only the chairman and the vice chairman?
Yes.
Thank you for those answers, Ms. Gabbard. We now welcome the opportunity, finally, to hear from you in your own words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin, I too would like to start
yeah,
by
Thames up.
offering
They're both. Every
my
infra
prayers
play
and condolences
is up 5 to
those
20%
who were
right now.
killed in
It's
last
actually
night's
crazy.
Horrific crash. Senator Warner, Senator Moran, our condolences and prayers are with you and all of your constituents. Again, Chairman Cotton and Vice Chairman
I think
Warner
the
and
bond
all of the
offering
members
is
of the
good,
committee, it's
but
an honor
this
to
is
be
just
here
my
before you
idea.
today.
So
I
I could be
appreciate the
wrong,
opportunity
but
to
nobody
meet
knows
with so
why it's
many of
moving.
you
But
and
I think the
address
bond
your
offering is
questions and
bullish if they
concerns
get it.
before today's hearing. I know they've gone, but I'm grateful to Senators
We're early
Burr
on
and Ernst
TEM,
for their trust
so
and
if
their
we're-
confidence in taking time to join us here today.
Let's see.
To my husband Abraham, my family, friends,
Kind of, but
fellow
can you send me the
veterans,
money so I
Medal
can
of
play it
Honor
then?
recipients and patriots,
You're going to
thank
get
you for
me
your
all
love and
full
support.
mode. And, you know, let me
I'm
get
honored
some
and
money.
grateful to
Send me it so
President
I can
Trump
play
for
it.
his trust and confidence in nominating me to serve our country as the Director of National Intelligence.
It is a new
At a
company.
time when trust in the intelligence community, unfortunately,
ECB
is at
expects
an all-time
further
low.
rate cuts in March.
Chuck Schumer admitted a few years ago, quote, "You take on the intelligence community, they have 6 ways
Bonds
from
dropping too.
Sunday at getting back at you." For too long, faulty,
How's the
inadequate,
intel? I don't know.
weaponized intelligence
You got to go
led
look
to
on the watch
costly
list and track the
failures
play.
and the undermining of our national security and God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. The most obvious
Want more?
example
Yeah,
of
I need more.
one of these failures is our invasion of Iraq based upon a total fabrication or complete failure of intelligence.
I don't buy
This
puts on the long
disastrous
term. No,
decision led
you don't
the
need to.
deaths of tens of thousands
If you have a
of
10-year
American
plan,
soldiers,
I don't think insurance
millions
is
of
there.
people
Dude,
in the
Lennar,
Middle East,
home
mass
builders.
migration, destabilization, and undermining
Bro,
of the
another home
security and
builder up
stability of our
4.
European
They're all breaking
allies,
out.
the rise of ISIS, strengthening of Al-Qaeda and other Islamist jihadist groups, and strengthening Iran. Here are just a few other examples. The American people
Hey,
elected
he actually
Donald Trump
paid
as
me.
their
Holy
president
shit.
Not once, but twice.
Bro,
Yet
the reverse
FBI and
pumping
intelligence
worked.
Agencies were
Thank you,
politicized
Frank.
by his opponents to undermine his presidency.
I wasn't really going to buy
and
it.
falsely portrayed
but-
him as a puppet of Putin. Title I of FISA was used illegally. to
Aklo and
obtain a
SMR,
warrant to
nuclear
spy on
going
Trump
now.
Campaign advisor Carter Page.
Bro, another.
Using a Clinton
Dude,
campaign
there's-
funded false dossier as their so-called
All right, listen.
evidence.
No
Biden
cash.
campaign advisor Tony Blinken was the for the
All right. I'm going to see because, again, Donald Trump is going to have executive orders at 3 today. But I'm telling you, bro, every one of these infrastructure plays, now home builders, now even nuke, they're all running. There's not news. It's just that's where the money's going today. Do you remember when we did the, what's it called? The other day when, you know, NVIDIA sold off and our long-term rocketed up? Well, guess what? The money went to value that day. Today, it seems like the money is going to infrastructure, home builders, anybody related to that AI deal. Again, even the nuclear stuff. So I don't know if it's going to be related to the bill he signs today, but definitely there is infrastructure is a clear winner right now. I mean, it's still early. We've only been here for about an hour, but some of these moves are pretty wicked while everything else is lagging. That may shift by the middle of the day, but for now, I don't know. Maybe I would see if Donald's going to talk about infra today, and we'll go from there.
The American people to break this cycle of failure, end the weaponization and politicization of the intelligence community, and begin to restore trust in those who've been charged with the critical task of securing our nation. If confirmed as DNI, I will do my very best to fulfill this mandate and bring leadership to the intelligence community with a laser-like focus on our essential mission.
She does.
Ensuring the safety, security, and freedom
She does
of the
look
American
like
people.
Cruella DeVille.
As the president's principal
I
intelligence
love Tulsi,
advisor,
though.
I'll begin by leading
I supported
by
her when
example,
she was a Democrat,
checking my own personal views
to
at
some
the
of your
door
guys'
and
surprise.
committing to delivering intelligence that is
I just think she's a
collected,
great person.
analyzed, and
I
reported
think she's a
without
patriot.
bias,
She served her
prejudice, or
country.
political influence.
Like
I
she
enlisted in
speaks
the Army because of the
the
horrific
truth.
terrorist
I don't
attack
know.
on September 11th.
She got a couple of things
and
that make you
volunteered to
question,
deploy
but
to Iraq in
more than
2005,
not,
where I served in a
I vibe
medical
with her
unit.
heavy.
After nearly 22 years in uniform with 3 combat deployments to the Middle East and Africa, I'm now a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army
You said
Reserve, where I
smash?
serve as a battalion commander.
All right, I'm gonna
of
find your
soldiers
wife's
in
Instagram
Oklahoma,
and send her the
Missouri,
screenshot.
and Arkansas.
I was
I
like,
served
yo,
in
boy,
Congress
out
for
here on
years
stock
on the
chats
Homeland
trying to
Security,
smash
Foreign Affairs, and
politicians.
Armed Services committees.
Did you endorse this?
And it's my experience in the military
Don't
and
do
in
that.
the halls of
Be
Congress
nice.
that have given me a deep understanding of the complex challenges that our nation faces. In both roles, engaging with world leaders, in both roles, being privy to highly classified intelligence. So I know firsthand how essential accurate, unbiased, and timely intelligence is to the president, to Congress, and to our warfighters. I also know the heavy cost of intelligence failures and abuses. Senator Collins, you led the creation of ODNI specifically
want a
to
white streak
address
now?
those intelligence failures of 9/11 and Iraq's so-called WMDs. The need for the ODNI under strong leadership still exists today. If confirmed, I'll bring my experience and fresh eyes to leading the intelligence community. And my day one priorities will be
Yeah,
to
real
assess
estate's
the
going
global
up on
threat
the infrastructure,
environment,
even though we have bad real
identify
estate
where
data.
gaps
China,
in our
again,
intelligence exist, integrate intelligence elements, increase information sharing, and ensure that unbiased, apolitical, objective
Bonds just
collection
died
and
out of nowhere there,
analysis
so yeah.
to support the president.
I mean, they didn't have anything to begin with, but now it's starting to sell. Even though the data was kind of favorable.
Politicization of the intelligence community and ensure there is a clear mission focus.
Yeah,
in the
UPS
IC
said they might
on
lose
its
half
core
of
mission
Amazon
of
demand.
This unbiased, apolitical collection and analysis of intelligence to secure our nation. I'll work to rebuild trust through transparency and accountability. This is a national security imperative. And I'll work to assess and address efficiencies, redundancies, and effectiveness across ODNI to ensure focus of personnel and resources.
That's not the China name, is it?
Our core mission of national security.
Yeah, what?
Now, in my meetings that I've had with many of you, you expressed bipartisan
Hold on, this is
frustration
what I
about
think it is.
recent intelligence failures, as well as the lack of responsiveness to your requests for information. Whether it's the surprise October 7th Hamas terrorist attack, to the sudden takeover of
JD
Syria
bottom,
by
yeah.
Islamist extremists, failures to identify the source of COVID,
But low probability of success. They're in a buyout deal with JD.
If confirmed, I look
Dada.
forward
It's
to
a China
working with
name. I've
you
known
to
about it. That's why I was
address
like, wait,
these
I didn't know there was
issues.
a stock.
Ensuring the safety, security, and freedom of the American people is a mandate of leadership that rises above partisan politics.
Okay, spy holding up
If
now,
confirmed,
right
my
where that little
commitment to the
flush
president,
happened.
to you,
Again,
and to the
more
American
China, more
people is this.
infrastructure.
I will do my very
You'll
best
go up if
to
Apple
find
and,
the truth,
and
no
Microsoft
matter
can
where
bounce.
it leads,
And NVIDIA.
and share that truth with President Trump, his advisors, and you in Congress, providing you with that unbiased, timely, and accurate intelligence as you make the tough decisions that'll impact
The guy wearing the
safety,
lei
security, and
probably
freedom of
is
the
from
American
Hawaii
people.
with her, supporting
Now,
her.
before I close, I want to warn the American people who are watching at home. You may hear lies and smears in this hearing that'll challenge my loyalty to and my love for our country. Those who oppose my nomination imply that I am loyal to something or someone other than God, my own conscience, and the Constitution of the United States, accusing me of being Trump's puppet, Putin's puppet, Assad's puppet, a guru's puppet, Modi's puppet, not recognizing the
Tell him,
absurdity
girl.
of simultaneously being the puppet of 5 different puppet masters. The same tactic was used against President Trump and failed. The American people elected President Trump with a decisive victory and mandate for change. The fact is, what truly unsettles my political opponents is I refuse to be their puppet. I have no love for Assad or Gaddafi or any dictator. I just hate Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, literally. She
I
just
hate
pulled
that
out the 8
we have
Mile.
leaders who cozy up
She said,
to
I know
Islamist
everything you got to
extremists,
say against me.
minimizing them
I know
to
Assad.
so-called
I know
rebels.
Mr.
As
Modi.
Jake
I
Sullivan said
did
to
go
Hillary
with, I
Clinton,
ran with Trump.
quote, Al-Qaeda
That
is
is
on our
crazy.
side in Syria.
You just
Well,
dissed them
Syria
all.
is now controlled by an Al-Qaeda
She hit the
offshoot.
diss before they dissed. That's it.
HTS, led by an Islamist jihadist who danced in the streets on 9/11 and who was responsible for the killing of many American service members.
Bonds flushing.
Democrat senators in the past resorted to anti-Christian bigotry against some of President Trump's judicial nominees like Amy Coney Barrett and Brian Boucher. I condemn those actions as a Democrat in Congress at the time, as religious bigotry must be thoroughly condemned by all of us, no matter the religion. Unfortunately, there are some Democrat senators who still don't understand the principle of freedom of religion and Article 6 of the
I
Constitution.
am a vet. I do
Quote, "No
love
religious
God.
test
I did
shall
meet
ever
in a
be
trailer with
required as a
Assad."
qualification to any office or public trust under the United States."
Afti. That's it.
Unfortunately, they're once again
That's
using
it.
the religious bigotry card, but this time trying to foment religious bigotry against Hindus and Hinduism. If anyone is sincerely interested in knowing more about my own personal spiritual path of Hinduism, I welcome you to go to my account on X, where I'll share more on this topic.
What?
If confirmed as Director of National
You want
Intelligence,
Hindu books
I will
on my
continue
Twitter?
to live
I
by
got
the
them.
oath that I have sworn at least 8 times in my life, both in uniform and as a member of Congress. I will support and defend our God-given freedoms enshrined in the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. Thank you very much for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Yeah, UPS was very bad
Thank you, Ms.
earnings.
Gabbard.
They
A few
lost
reminders
Amazon
before we
contract, it
begin
looks like.
Our 5-minute round of questioning. First, a reminder to the audience once again. I will
Again,
not
bonds just took
tolerate
that sell-off with the
disruptions
market,
or
then got worse, and
disturbances,
then market bounced.
either in favor
Infra,
of
China
or in
running.
opposition
Every
to Ms.
big tech
Gabbard.
name is just messing
We
up
all
the
came
index.
to hear from Ms. Gabbard, not from you. 2 reminders to my colleagues. We'll have a 5-minute round of questions. Not 5.5, not 6, 5-minute round.
I mean, I still like
We will also have a
UPS.
closed
I mean, I haven't
session
bought it yet,
after
but
this hearing,
I
in which
still
you'll
like
have
it.
Another 5-minute opportunity to ask questions. Second,
yeah, gold
if
is going
any
crazy
question
again. The
that
dollar's
Senator
down
Risch
today. That
alluded
could be with
to
China.
begins to approach
And then
the
you've had
line
2 rate
of
cuts around the
classified
world.
Material. My crack staff
I don't know why gold is
will
running,
advise
but
me,
I
and
know
I'll ask
some
you to hold
reasons
the
that could be
question
pushing
until
it
we
up.
get to our
Dollar
setting.
and rate cuts around the world.
Can I just inquire?
Pepsi on the high. Coca-Cola got an upgrade this morning.
In the open round, because this is the only time the American people will be able to see this judgment. you agree
NVIDIA,
that
2
certain
candles
members
down.
need to ask a second round
Hold
of
on,
questions
it's going to probably
in the
take
public
another dump.
setting that would be available.
As is our custom, if a member waits
I don't know
until the
my
end of the
target. I
opening
like
round and has a
I liked
follow-up
UPS
question, then we will permit them
$20
follow-up
ago.
questions.
It was just a matter of relativity.
Ms. Gabbard.
So when I get
If
my
confirmed, you'll be
dividend or
entrusted
when I get
with
my
our nation's
deposit,
most important secrets.
and then
We're all
where are the
entrusted with
other
that
names that
information
I could pick up?
to serve the American people.
So
and to
again,
keep our
Hershey's
country
and
safe.
UPS need to
Unfortunately,
compete
as
now.
you said in your opening statement, we've seen too many instances in recent years of people who were trusted with classified information and went on to abuse and politicize that trust.
Okay, SPY going down.
For
NVIDIA
example,
dropped
in October
first.
2020, more than
So again, I
50
think all the
former
other
intelligence
names are up.
officers, many of
Infra's
them
doing
still
very
held
well
a top
still,
secret
but
clearance,
literally
were
like that
invoking their
NVIDIA,
credentials
and then if
to make
Apple and
false
Microsoft.
claims about Hunter Biden's laptop likely being Russian disinformation. Do you agree that this was an example of intelligence professionals abusing and politicizing their past positions? and
Hunter Biden
credentials?
question, number 1.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I do, and it is an example of what needs to end and why the American people elected President Trump to bring about those necessary reforms.
Thank you. Will you commit that no one who abuses his past position and credentials in this fashion will hold a security clearance in the future?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to be fair to my Democratic colleagues. Such abuses aren't just a problem on the left. Also in 2020, President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, published a book in which he revealed sensitive conversations with the president on national security matters, including highly classified information. He didn't submit this book for review and approval to ensure that our national security secrets were protected. Do you agree that John Bolton's actions likewise undermined public trust?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Will you commit that no one who so abuses his past position and risks the exposure of classified information by publishing a book without submitting it for review and getting approval before publication will hold a security clearance again or be trusted with classified information again?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on to the topic of OD&I reform that I mentioned in my opening statement. Congress originally envisioned the OD&I to be a small coordinating agency that directs, rather than replicates, the now 18 constituent agencies that make up.
Okay, you're going lower. VIX is now on the high.
Over the years, however,
I think
the
if
OD&I
the
has
SPY goes
strayed
red, VIX
from
will go
this
green
vision to
maybe.
an organization that now publicly boasts nearly 2,000 people. More than half
Bro,
of
gold
them
is
are
insane.
not detailed
It's up 2.
from an intelligence agency, but rather are career OD&I bureaucrats. They've
And then
even
new lows
developed
on
centers that are
bonds.
producing their own analysis. Will you commit today to working with this committee to restoring the OD&I to its original size, scope, and function?
Even silver is back above 30.
Senator, I look forward to working with you and the committee as I, if confirmed,
Yeah, gold
assess
up,
the
bonds
current
down is kind of odd.
status of who is working in the OD&I and the function that
There's a
they
lot
fulfill
going on
to
with
make
gold, but I
sure
think
of
central
its
banks and dollar.
effectiveness
And then now
elimination of
NVIDIA,
redundancies
we're
and voting.
flushing.
Thank you.
Get ready for big tech to
Do
start
you support
moving.
some of the
Yeah,
policy
Amazon's
proposals I
breaking
mentioned in my
now.
opening statement about
Once
capping the
Microsoft
size
hits
of
the low, but it's at
OD&I,
6.
eliminating OD&I taxes, returning employees back to their home agencies to do real intelligence work?
Yes, Senator, I look forward to working with you as we assess where the OD&I needs to be in order to fulfill its core mission and function.
New low on
Thank
SPY.
you. And in
NASDAQ
your
almost down half.
preparation for this hearing and
Russell's
this
still
important
holding in Dow.
responsibility,
SPY's
have
about
you
to go
developed any
red.
thoughts that
So you filled the
explains
gap.
mission creep and the empire building that we've seen at the OD&I.
You're literally
recent
back
years?
to where Powell started.
Yes, Senator, I've had the
FOMC.
opportunity to review
And then check
the history of
wheat
the
stocks.
OD&I, to speak to
Wheat
Ambassador
speculation,
Negroponte,
positive
the first
RFK.
Director of National Intelligence, as well as
Yeah,
others
look,
who've
wheat
served
stocks,
in this
RFK.
position.
It's
I
all
think there are a
rumor. It
number of
might fade,
contributing
but
factors
they're
to
saying
the
he's
creation
positive
of
on Schedule 3
centers
cannabis
for- or
policy.
not centers, but offices like the recently eliminated Office of DEI within ODNI. And
Yeah,
other
Spy red
areas
now.
where
VIX is not
I
green
need to
yet.
go in and assess
The weed pumps
replication
really
and the
do fade,
duplication
so
of
be careful.
responsibilities
But
that exist
again, you're
elsewhere in
getting
some of
health
the other
secretary.
intelligence,
You might get a little bit of
elements
hype.
that ODNI has oversight over.
No, this isn't the bonds. Again, most of the market is green right now. I know it sounds odd, but this is just big tech and then NVIDIA. So the big tech earnings that kind of came back down, Tesla, Microsoft, even Apple, and then NVIDIA, other 400 names are in the green right now. It's probably 300 now.
I salute your service to our country. But
I haven't sent out a
stream
stream alert, but I think it is. It might still
Those are
be
some of the
down.
areas that
But
I
I haven't done
pursue.
anything yet. Nothing crazy has really happened on a headline
you were
either.
nominated by the president to be the DNI, you consistently praised the actions of Edward Snowden. Some who, I believe, jeopardized the security of our nation, and then, in an effort to flaunt that, fled to Russia. You even
Baba, what's your play on
called
Baba,
Edward Snowden, and I
RJ?
quote here, a brave whistleblower.
Full play.
Every member of this committee
Yeah, RFK rumors on
supports
cannabis
the
again.
rights of legal whistleblowers. But Edward Snowden isn't a whistleblower. And in this case, I'm a lot closer to the chairman's words, where he said Snowden is, quote, an egotistical, serial liar and traitor who, quote, deserves to rot in jail for the rest of his life. Scabbard, a simple yes or no question. Do you still think Edward Snowden is brave?
Mr. Vice Chairman,
Ooh.
Edward Snowden broke the law. I do not agree with or support with all of the information and intelligence that he released, nor the way in which he did it. There would have been opportunities for him to come to you on this committee or seek out the IG to release that information. The fact is, he also, even as he broke the law, released information that exposed egregious, illegal, and unconstitutional programs that are happening within our government
Excuse me, Mr.
that
Gabbard.
led to serious reforms.
Oh, I know you posted. I just wanted
Congress-
you to reiterate it.
Chairman, we got 5
Because
minutes.
again, if you're like, oh, it's going to
So
go
I
to
have
110, you know, let us
your
know where your
answer.
intention's at.
You know, and these
It's
are your
more
quotes.
helpful for everybody too. But you're good.
Brave.
I just wanted to know.
Please join my bipartisan legislation calling for charges.
The stream alerts
be
is
dropped
down today
against him.
for some reason.
Do you disagree that legislation was not appropriate? Do you believe he is brave or not?
Yeah,
And
we's
what
already
back
fading.
Those words?
Once again,
Spy near
Senator,
the low again. NVIDIA about to
Edward
go down
Snowden
too.
broke the law. He
Ms. Gabbard,
also
I'm not
released
talking-
information
we agree that Edward Snowden
that
broke the
exposed
law.
the United States
Asking you a
government's
question whether
illegal
your
programs.
legislation and your words are still your beliefs. Yes or no, please.
I'm making myself very
J&J
clear.
too.
Edward
Ma'am.
Snowden broke the law. He released information about the United
All right,
States
ma'am, I've
government's
got other issues to
illegal
raise.
activities.
Ma'am, I
If I may just finish my thoughts, Senator.
Oh,
In
she
this
said,
role
can I
that I've been
finish?
nominated for, if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will be responsible for protecting
That's
our
the
nation's
Kamala.
secrets.
She
And
pulled
I
the
have
Kamala.
4 immediate steps
asked for
that I
additional
would
time.
take to
Chairman.
prevent another Snowden-like leak.
Ma'am, I would simply ask you again.
Pepsi
I
and
don't think you're gonna
Constellation.
answer. I agree
So
with
again,
Tom
even
Cotton,
like
he's a traitor.
food, just general like
for years, until you
staples
got-
are doing good.
Chosen by President Trump, have celebrated this guy as brave. You've called for him to be pardoned, for his charges to be dropped. I cannot imagine.
What do you
a
mean? Don't
director of
compare her to
national
Kamala.
intelligence
I think it's inspirational.
that would say that
What do
kind
you
of behavior is okay.
This is what Kamala could have been if she didn't
How
start
would
drinking.
We maintain the trust.
I
of the
think it's a
IC and
good
the contractors who
motivation
work.
for everybody.
How would we maintain the trust of our Five Eye partners? I find it very troubling. Let me move to 702. I know other members are going to raise this. Remember, the 702 is critical to our national security. 60% of the president's daily brief, 60% of the information President Trump gets every day in the PDB will come from this. You've had a long history of opposing 702. Many members of
Yeah,
Congress
Donald
have.
is about to be live.
But one of the things you actually done that not many have is not to reform it, but you actually said you wanted to repeal it. But now, whether it's confirmation conversion or whatever you call 702 vital, and I'm quoting, because of significant FISA reforms have been enacted since you left Congress.
Bro, he's literally doing like a press briefing. Oh, I thought he was just going to be like on the... No, they're doing like a legit... All right, watch out. Meta's dropping though now. That's not good. Meta kept you way higher today, bro. So now if Meta flushes with the rest of them, I think you'll start to see a little bit more of a tide shift. But if Meta could bounce and Microsoft and NVIDIA, all of the downside will be over. But yeah, unfortunately, somebody even said it earlier, just wait, if Meta goes, we're messed. But yeah, that's not, you only got 1% now. So again, NVIDIA at the low, Meta at the low, Microsoft at the low, Amazon at the low, and then any of the other ones, UPS, Whirlpool that did bad, and then Infra's up. VIX might go green, but it's still not green yet. And then gold is 2%. Yeah, it's up a lot. It's over for the bulls. Well, listen, it's much better to take advantage of it than talk about it. So if that's what you believe, make a move, brother. Make a move. Make a move. And then, yeah, I can't believe Trump is about to do the... It's like a real press briefing. Robinhood adds futures for Bitcoin, oil, gold, and other major currencies. You hear it? We're just being nosy. Amazon on the low too. That's, I don't know. I think Biden's only made a few like press briefing appearances. But yeah, so Trump's about to address everybody on the plane thing from the actual like press room. Oh, well, guess what? Gold, people, Danish central bank cuts rates 2.35 from 2.6. So that's add another one. So not only is the dollar down, whatever else is happening with debt, anything you could think of, right? But now in the last 48 hours, 3 different rate cuts. EU, Canada, and now Danish. All right, we'll go back to Tulsi. Let me know when he's up.
To our national security.
Bro, gold's up a lot.
Revealing top secret information,
Triple cut.
sensitive sources,
Double cut.
methods,
Triple
thus
cut.
jeopardizing
Cut.
agents
Tacular.
in the field.
Cut.
So
Frenzy.
Let me ask you a
Cut
question.
Manjaro.
If confirmed, would you support or
Cutting spree.
recommend a pardon or any kind of clemency for Edward Snowden?
Thank you for the question, Senator Collins. If confirmed as the Director of National Intelligence, my responsibility would be to ensure the security of our nation's secrets and would not take actions to advocate for any actions related to Snowden.
So the answer is no. Is that correct? In 2020, you introduced the Protect Brave Whistleblowers Act, which would amend
Halo
the
Kid, my brother.
Espionage Act
What's up,
to
man?
make it more difficult
Like, we talking
to
ogre?
prosecute individuals.
You know what I'm saying? You
who
remember ogre? You know the
reveal
ogres.
classified information.
Stop it.
In particular, the bill would allow individuals to disclose even top secret information as long as it's not done with the specific intent to injure the United States or advantage any foreign nation.
I used to play with them when I was a kid. I don't even think they. I think they would be proud of me if they knew what I became. But no, dude, I used to play all. Dude, I was a real big Halo nerd, bro. I loved it. I was big, man, big on the Halo.
I strongly oppose this legislation.
I got some clips.
Which would
I got some clips out there.
our
You saw
ability
it.
to prosecute people who give our adversaries classified information. So let me ask you this. Ms. Gabbard, do you still support providing individuals who have access to top secret information with the ability to make their own decisions regarding whether that information should be publicly disclosed, even though
I do remember
disclosure may
Xbox Connect.
cause tremendous harm to our country or our
Yeah, if Meta goes down though, just be careful for the
Senator, we
index.
cannot
There's
and
a lot.
should
There's a
not
lot of
have
names doing good
individual
still.
vigilantes within the intelligence community making their own decisions about how and where and when to expose our nation's secrets. The intent of the legislation that you have pointed out.
Yeah, TM
was
chilled a little bit.
pointed towards
But
ensuring due
MasterCard, good
process
earnings
for
are
those
running,
who are
bad earnings
charged
still selling.
Under the Espionage Act in a court of law. This is a law that has been abused in some cases and used for political purposes. President Obama charged more people
I ran
under the
Halo 2
Espionage
once. I'll
Act
let y'all
than
know.
all other presidents.
Nobody in the chat could beat me. That's a proven
If
fact.
confirmed
We ran
as
like
the
10
Director of
games.
National Intelligence.
And we'll do it again one
My
day.
sole focus and goal would be our nation's security.
I don't know. Get a long-term
which
first, though.
includes
Yeah, you don't need to
ensuring
go
the
through that
security
pain
of our nation's
without a long-term.
secrets. And I would work to make sure that we don't have any disclosures or vigilantes.
Cap. Look at that's the first
taking
little
it upon
kid
themselves.
who's running his
There are
mouth without
numerous
knowing.
legal
Exactly. This is
paths
how it
that will
started, brother.
protect this
You're the
information
reason
for
why.
those who
That's it.
feel
Y'all
they
keep
have
running your mouth, and
concerns.
I picked
And I
up the
look forward
sticks.
to working with you and this
I just started
committee on
double
making
shotting the
sure
shit
that
at
those
y'all.
protections are
Y'all know
known
that shit.
by every single person in the workforce and effectively implemented.
So
Bro, I got a
do
receding
not
hairline,
support
slower
allowing
cognition, and I will still
individuals
fuck
to
all
make
of you up
their
at Halo
own
2.
decisions
And 3.
without
There's no question about it.
authorization to
I have not,
disclose
nobody, I've been challenged,
secret
nobody has
information.
got me yet.
Yes, and I believe
That's
we
all
have
I
the
know.
legal
That's
structure
factual.
in place for those who have concerns to address them.
As you know, there has been speculation in the press that you met with Hezbollah, a terrorist organization affiliated with Iran. Have you ever knowingly met with any members, leaders, or affiliates of Hezbollah?
No, and it is
SWTX?
an absurd accusation.
Springworks, this guy went crazy the other day.
Let me ask you one
like,
final
what?
question in the short time we have left.
I think it's like 0.5%.
Hamas,
You guys remember this? There was
ISIS-K,
something with
the
SWTX.
Houthis, all the Iranian proxies in Syria and Iraq, Yemen, and Al-Qaeda, all posing general resurgences in the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia. I'm alarmed at the lack of focus
Nibis, right? Yeah.
by the IC
It's the OG Russian play.
on this
And then they spun it off to Europe, and now
our
they're getting into
safety.
AI.
We don't want to
I like
have
it,
to
but I
call
just,
you
it's
back
too
to this
new
room
and risky for me.
after a terrorist attack and ask, how did the IC miss this? Great power competition, China, Russia, definitely.
And
pose
NVO, remember I
threats
got
to
you
our
that news
country,
on the,
but the
they're starting
terrorist
another
threat
trial.
is
Yeah,
arguably
it's popped
the
since then.
most
We just didn't
imminent
follow up with
threat,
it.
According
But yeah,
to
that was that
former
headline earlier.
FBI Director Chris Wray. If
Yeah, AXP and
confirmed, what
MasterCard, none
will
of the
be
credit card
your
earnings were bad.
your
I think
strategy
AXP's sympathy to MA.
refocus the IC
Yeah, all credit names are
on
up, even
the
regionals,
terrorist
banks,
threat to our
financials.
country
They're doing good
and
today,
to
even real estate.
Americans abroad.
Thank you, Senator. I agree with
We've
your
done, I have
assessment,
tutorials on
and
credit
this
spreads. I've only
speaks
ran
to
a
the
couple, though.
need for
We haven't done
the
any really
ODNI
recently.
to exist, to redirect those resources, identifying the gaps in intelligence so that we are able to get ahead of these threats.
Donald
instead
Trump
of
10
coming
minutes
around after
behind.
the fact and trying to assess.
Yeah, Euro
why
close
did
in
we
20.
not know about this sooner so that
Things
we
might
could have
change from
taken
there.
action
So
to
whatever we're
prevent it.
seeing now, understand the theme.
Thank you very much, Mr.
So just understand what we got right now. It's that earnings, big cap is bringing down the index. A majority of the names are still doing good. If you're good on earnings, you're holding up. If you're bad on earnings, you're still getting punished. And then infrastructure and staples are killing it right now. So after Euro close, maybe 30 minutes after, watch if anything reverses or see if we keep it that way. And then after around like Philo or in that time frame, we're going to probably be getting a lot of Trump comments, and then you prepare for Apple earnings, okay? So I hope that helps. I mean, we've only been here for about an hour, but I think you could, today you could sum it up pretty easy, but it does look a little wild, and we got a lot of juggling to do. So I hope that helps.
With which there may be other options, but I also want to make a note that a simple warrant requirement is ultimately going to be a policy decision that all of you will make. I would point to history, to some examples.
Time is short. I'm glad you answered in line with your written answer that you support a warrant. Section 702 also involves a huge loophole now that was included recently that could allow the government to force anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router or cable box to secretly participate in the warrantless surveillance program. Do you support, as I do, eliminating this language?
Senator, I would have to look more into that and assess, if confirmed, what the impacts of the implementation of the existing safeguards are and come back to you in Congress as you look at reauthorization.
It is a massive loophole, and I hope to hear after you've looked at it that you'll be supportive of my efforts. Let me turn now
Bro,
to
I like,
the inspector.
this is the thing lately, bro. I like them, and I like, some things, but just everybody really be pulling, like, they know how to talk like lawyers, man. Even, like, I love Tulsi, but, like, man, she know how to talk like a lawyer, bro. They all do. They all really will, like, if they need to, they gonna pull out the fine print, bro. That's what that's what I've learned in the last couple of weeks here.
Fulfill their responsibility.
Good, because Congress either has the power of the purse or it doesn't. And I think in your answer to me, you recognize that you have an independent obligation.
Well, yeah, if they're writing law, but I'm just saying in general, like, that's why we keep,
the matter of
you may have an impression of something, but when it's all said and done, I mean, they're playing it by the book in the law. So but that's why I think some people do get surprised by things, because I didn't think she was going to answer it like that. I thought she was going to be, like, yeah, boom. But no, she hella pulled out the fine print.
Which protects a free press.
So you will, in effect, say that you will continue to support the Biden administration policy.
Okay, bonds lifting now.
I'm not familiar with the specific Biden
financials
administration
lower
policy, but I believe strongly in the defense of the First Amendment.
It is a policy that restricts the collection.
Watch if
of
NVIDIA or Meta
records,
go down again. That'll add more pressure. Meta's already dumping.
Those records. So
Meta's about to go red.
That you're not changing your position, and I appreciate it. I got time.
Russell is doing great, and then Dow is still, man.
You introduced legislation
about to go red next.
The government from mandating that Americans' phones or apps include mechanisms to allow the government to bypass encryption or other privacy technology. In your written responses to the committee questions, you reconfirmed your opposition to these mandates. Is that still your position?
Yes, these back doors lead down a dangerous path that can undermine Americans' Fourth Amendment rights and civil liberties.
You are being very helpful by moving so quickly. Let me turn to whistleblowers. You wrote in your response that whistleblowers must have clear, protected channels to report concerns, including the unauthorized transmittal of classified information to
UPS 110.
Do you agree that IC whistleblowers must have a clear path to this committee and that they don't need permission from agencies to talk to us? That's a yes or no.
Senator, the answer
next
is
level is 107.
Yes. I would like to state a few other actions I would take if confirmed as director of
and then like 105 to 102.
Number one, make sure that we don't have illegal and unconstitutional.
Yeah, that's 107, then 105, 102, 103.
Making sure that we enact.
And then if you break that, you're going sub 100 down to 84.
To our nation's top secrets. Make sure that every single person in the workforce understands their rights as
okay, you're flushing Meta and NVIDIA, even the bad earnings too.
Directly to you as members of Congress, as well as establishing a direct
NVIDIA and Meta in tandem, both going lower.
Should they choose to take that path.
One last question, if I might. Would you
it's not even the whole NASDAQ selling. It's the big names selling a lot.
Full report on the CIA's torture program.
Senator, I believe in transparency. I have not seen this, and so cannot make a.
NASDAQ is still 73 green.
Senator Cornyn.
So 10 more names flip red on the NASDAQ, but it's just the biggest names that are pulling you down right now.
To our nation.
So SPY is red, and now we still have 400 names in the green.
About the exploding bureaucusy.
So don't lose track of that. This is all post Mag 7 effect on the index.
National Intelligence. This is a critical role to be played, but unfortunately that role is not made easier or more effective by such a large, unwieldy bureaucracy. Do you believe that the President of the United States should get all of the lawfully collected intelligence that's available in order to inform his judgments as Commander-in-Chief?
Senator, not only is the answer a strong yes, I would say that it is the Director of National Intelligence responsibility to make sure that the President has access to all the intelligence so that he can make the best informed decisions for our country.
And you will be the one actually briefing him on a daily basis, correct?
That's correct.
And the President's daily brief, and we've heard that that is composed of about 60% of it's by composed of information gleaned by collection under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. I've heard your comments to Senator Wyden and others. You and I talked about the importance of getting dissenting views in front of the president so that we don't have groupthink, which can be very dangerous, particularly in the intelligence collection areas. And I appreciate your agreeing that presenting the policymakers, including the president, with dissenting views is very important. Are you aware that overwhelmingly the courts that have looked at a challenge to Section 702 based on the Fourth Amendment and
thank you, my
any
friend,
potential warrant requirement have overwhelmingly said that the Fourth Amendment is not implicated by search of lawfully collected intelligence?
I am aware, yes, Senator.
And do you disagree with that?
What I began to say in answer to Senator Wyden's previous question on this issue is, number one, the decision about a warrant requirement will be yours to make, not mine as the Director of National Intelligence.
You'll be the Director of National Intelligence, and people will be wanting to hear from you about what we should do as policymakers. Admittedly, you're not going to be a policymaker.
Trump was supposed to come on 17 minutes ago. They are setting up the press room right now. He will be addressing the nation from the press briefing room.
A warrant is not required, correct?
Yes, Senator, I'm aware of the court rulings. What my commitment is to make sure that we uphold the Fourth Amendment rights of Americans in protecting against unlawful seizure and search. There are many different ways to do this. The devil is in the details.
If you want to learn more about my Buddhism, follow me on Twitter.
Title I, where a warrant is required.
She said devil, my bad.
Title I is different. I agree.
Correct.
I agree with you on that.
But my point, Senator, if I may just finish.
Excuse me. If that was misused in the case of Carter Page, and
you're getting more Alibaba headlines on the AI.
Lawyer lied.
Right.
Again, this is a couple days old, but they keep reiterating it.
Which is why there are safe.
What would be necessary to be shown in order to establish probable cause to a judge in order to obtain a warrant?
Again, Senator, that's not for me to say. That would be for you all to decide and for the Attorney General to weigh in on.
Do you know what the elements of probable cause are and whether that's a practical and workable
I mean, the VIX isn't green yet.
This is the center
Again, you
of
have
the
400
debate,
names up.
the
I
high
think that's
standard of
why.
probable cause that's required to get a warrant, and why this will continue to be a conversation, again, with the Attorney General weighing in and all of you in Congress making this policy decision.
The CIA director, John Ratcliffe, said during his testimony before this committee that he believed that a warrant is not only required by law, but is actually impractical. Do you disagree with that or agree with that?
I will be in a better position to make an assessment on the practical implications of this if confirmed as DNI. My commitment remains to uphold the Constitution and Americans' Fourth Amendment rights.
Where would the warrant be sought? Would it be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, or would it be in some other Article III court?
My understanding is that it would be in the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court.
Are you aware of the fact the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court has held that a warrant is not required?
I am aware.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Welcome.
The big names are weird. It was people said it was good in the morning, and then they all faded. Microsoft wasn't good. UPS was bad. Whirlpool was bad. Which one was really good?
His brother Ilias.
Like CLS.
Accompanied you to both,
they killed it, and then IBM and LRCX. Good AI demand, but you have 400 names green right now. It's just really the big tech kind of pulling us down.
And in fact, in 2008, the Syrian Social Nationalist Party participated in the assassination of a former Lebanese prime minister and assisted Hezbollah in Beirut.
This is not Donald Trump, no.
Links between
but
the
he should be live
and
soon.
the Syrian Social Nationalist Party.
We're
Senator,
waiting for him
thank
at
you
the
for
press
your question. Just a point of clarification. I paid for my own expenses and travel on that trip. I was not aware of any accusations of these two Lebanese Americans associations.
Yeah, Apple off the bottom. So big tech bouncing off the bottom.
Occurred.
And that's when you reimbursed?
Correct.
Because
Correct.
Because
Not because of I wanted to make sure that there were no perceived conflicts of interest.
Trump is up.
I addressed this specific question to these Lebanese Americans who had.
All righty. Here it is. Hello. I'm here to announce a tragedy. It's sad.
The victims and their families, please.
Oh, moment of silence. Wow.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
I speak to you this morning in an hour of anguish for our nation. Just before 9 p.m. last night, an American Airlines regional jet carrying 60 passengers and 4 crew collided with an Army Black Hawk helicopter carrying 3 military service members over the Potomac River in Washington, D.C., while on final approach to Reagan National Airport. Both aircraft crashed instantly and were immediately submerged into the icy waters of the Potomac. Real tragedy. The massive search and rescue mission was underway throughout the night, leveraging every asset at our disposal, and I have to say the local, state, federal, military, including the United States Coast Guard in particular, they've done a phenomenal job. So quick, so fast, it was mobilized immediately. The work has now shifted to a recovery mission. Sadly, there are no survivors. This was a dark and excruciating night in our nation's capital and in our nation's history, and a tragedy of terrible proportions. As one nation, we grieve for every precious soul that has been taken from us so suddenly, and we are a country of we are in mourning. This is really shaking a lot of people, including people very sadly from other nations who were on the flight.
This thing was already ramping up, and then 3, there could be news on this. Look at Tile.
Here in Washington, D.C. and throughout the United States and in Russia. We have a Russia contingent, some very talented people, unfortunately, were on that plane. Very, very, very sorry about that. Whose loved ones were aboard the passenger jet. We can only begin to imagine the agony that you're
Tile up
feeling.
4
Nothing
is illiquid as hell.
On behalf of the First Lady,
I don't have a
myself, and
headline.
340 million Americans, our hearts are shattered alongside yours, and our prayers are with you now and in the days to come. We'll be working very, very diligently in the days to come. We're here for you to wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support. There's great support.
There was Russian and like Americans on the plane. They were from Kansas. They were like figure skaters. It's really sad. And they were like even in the Olympics and stuff. They were Americans, but they're from Russia.
As Americans and even as nations. We are one
GE
family. And
GE and
we
Baba
are all
or
heartbroken.
Boeing.
We're all searching for answers. That icy Potomac. It was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the knowledge that their journey ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions.
Spy up, bonds
and
down,
ideas, and
while
I think
tech
we'll
rebounded
probably
off the
state those
bottom.
opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred and we'll ensure that nothing.
Okay,
like
spy.
this
I mean,
happens
again, we're
again.
5 minutes into Euro
The
close. They're
FAA
about to
and
be.
the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out a.
He says we don't know what led to
systematic
crash.
and comprehensive
Have strong
investigation.
opinions. We'll
Our
find
new
out.
Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state
Okay,
certain
Bond's at a
opinions,
low.
However, I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected.
So he's appointing a new FAA person because the other guy stepped down in December,
We must
right
have
after
only
Trump
the
won.
highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that.
To extraordinary.
Only the highest aptitude.
Yeah, I liked UPS at 130.
intellect
I bought something
and
else because it got
psychologically
cheaper, but
superior people
I love it at this price
were
as
allowed
well.
to
But you have
qualify
like
for air traffic controllers.
107, then 103, then
That was not
100, then
so prior
80.
to
Those are your next prices
getting
on the way
there when
down.
I arrived in 2016.
At
I
least
made
in my
that change
opinion.
very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when
still
I
talking
left
about
office,
Obama?
and Biden took
Were
over,
you
he
were you like
changed them back
not
to
around for the
lower
last 4 years?
than ever before.
Did you really forget
I put safety first.
what we had to
Obama,
listen to
Biden,
every
the
day?
Democrats put policy first.
Every
And
day
they
blaming
put,
Donald Trump?
Politics.
And you
at
mad
a
he brought
level
up
that nobody's
Barack Hussein?
ever seen.
Hussein
This was
Obama.
the lowest level. Their policy was
So it's good to be
horrible,
back.
and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our.
I mean,
highest
unfortunately, he
standards
is
for
going to
air
get blamed for
traffic
this.
controllers
I'll
and
explain.
other
I
important
will
jobs
explain it
throughout the
after.
country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon
Hillary.
entering office,
Crooked Hillary.
I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers, and others, by the way. Then my administration will set the.
Oh, I'm
highest
not
possible
criticizing your
bar
logic
for
of that.
aviation
I'm just
safety.
saying.
We have to have our smartest.
We
people.
literally
It doesn't matter what they
have
look
lived
like,
through the other people blaming
how
the
they
other
speak,
people.
Who they are.
So
It
it's just
matters.
that shouldn't be new to
Intellect,
you.
Talent, the word talent. You have to be talented, naturally talented geniuses. You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it. But we'll restore faith in American air
FAA
travel.
looking to hire
I have more to say
geniuses.
about that. I do want to
No
point out
normal
that,
people.
various articles that appeared.
You can't be normal.
Prior to my entering.
You got to be a
office.
genius.
And here's one.
You're too
The
normal.
FAA's diversity
You can't do
push
it.
includes focus
Sorry.
on hiring
Go get a
people
normal
with
job. I need a
severe
genius.
Intellectual and psychiatric
Superior
disabilities.
intellect.
That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe.
Can you show me your resume?
Underrepresented
Where does it say
segments of
genius?
the workforce, and they
I don't
want
see
them
it. You're
and they want
fired.
them.
Next.
They can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This
What?
was,
That's not.
on January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration, this was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity.
I do
and
have
inclusion
tinfoil.
hiring
I have
initiative
really big
spelled out
tinfoil, actually.
On the agency's website. Can you
Did you just
imagine
call them
these are people
intellectually
that are
disabled?
Actually, their lives are.
I heard something like
because of
that.
the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions.
No, he
Their
didn't
lives
say
are actually
immigrants. He just
shortened
said
very
there's idiots
substantially
working at
shortened
the
because of the
FAA.
stress.
I mean, I'm
Well, you
kind
have
of
many
summarizing
planes
it, but
coming into
that's
one
what I
target.
heard.
And you need a very special talent and a very special genius to be able to do it. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as
Hush
a
up
matter
so
of
you can
policy,
hear.
has
You know you could go
identified
watch
for
this
special
anywhere in the world,
emphasis in
right?
recruitment and hiring.
You are one of
The FAA's
5,000 people who have
website
complained
states
today.
They include
So we will make an
hearing,
example of you,
vision,
brother.
missing
I'll see you never.
extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis.
1 out of
epilepsy,
5,000. That's
severe
amazing.
intellectual
The
disability,
rest of you, I appreciate you.
psychiatric
Thank you. You've done
disability,
very
and
well.
dwarfism all qualify for the position of
Oh, that's good.
a controller of airplanes pouring into our country.
Oh, no.
pouring into
He's saying no.
A little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan, which says diversity is
Got me on new speakers.
integral to achieving
Ooh.
FAA's mission of ensuring safe and efficient travel. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's just the opposite. The FAA website shows that the agency's
What did you get
guidance on
banned for? I don't
diversity
know, but you
hiring
got banned again
were
for
last
snitching on yourself.
updated on
Read the
March
rules.
23rd of
Thank you.
22. They wanted to make it even more so. And then I came in. And I
Don't
assume
call
maybe
for
this is
anybody's
the
ban.
reason.
Don't tell me
The
you've been
FAA,
banned. Those
which
are the
is
rules.
overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg. A real winner. That guy's a real winner. Do you know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit.
Tell him, Goose.
The Department of
I
Transportation.
love you. I like your videos, Goose.
Is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000
Dude,
people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to
So
change
again, he's
that,
like
to change it
outlining what he wants to
immediately.
change,
This
but
was
like
in the
I'll
Obama
explain it out. They're still gonna
administration
blame
just
him. I'll
prior
explain
to
why.
my
It's
getting
actually
there.
it ties
We
into
took
a lot
care
of the broader stuff.
African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that
Did he say
nobody's ever
bullshit?
seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive too white, and we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask God to watch
Baba
over
again.
those who have lost their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time. We'll get to the bottom of it. So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes.
They were. I posted on Twitter,
you
bro.
had
The
a,
plane saw the helicopter.
Airliner coming
They literally
in,
said we
American
have
Airlines.
like we have them in
He
sight.
was doing
It was
everything
very
right.
odd,
He was
bro.
on track.
If you
He
saw
was
the
the
video
same
in that,
track as everybody
Uber
else that
Lyft
came
face
in. Probably
antitrust
the same
probe
track as they've had
over
for
New York
25
City
years or more.
driver agreement.
He's coming in the
Uber Lyft, DOJ
And
news.
for
Watch
some
it.
reason,
It may not. It may
he had a
bounce off of it, but I'm getting that early.
was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, "Do you see?" You know, he was talking about, "Do you see him?" But there was very little
Honestly,
time
Uber's not
left.
moving a lot.
Stated.
There's only
And then
weekly plays if
also,
you want
he
it,
said,
but
follow him in, and then
it hasn't really hit
almost
yet.
Immediately after that, seconds after that, there was the crash that took place. Well, you follow him in. That means like everything's fine. Follow him in.
It sounds bad, but I've
you had a
seen this
pilot
news
problem
hit
from
bad
the
for 5
standpoint
minutes
of
and then bounce.
the helicopter.
As people are like, oh, it's
Because it was
priced in or
visual.
it'll be a
It
net
was,
positive.
very clear night.
But for now, reaction's
It
small,
was,
but you are getting a
bold and
probe
clear
that just
and
came out.
Clear as you could be. The American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We
No,
had
bro,
a
it's
tape
weird.
up on the
Every
Kennedy Center
plane in America,
that seems to be
there's
the
a very
primary
good
vessel. I'm sure we'll see
anti-collision
on the tapes
system.
because it's
It's very
such
odd, dude.
an
The
area
last
where
time
a lot of
you had a
cameras-
commercial
cameras looking up
aviation
into
accident in
the
America
air,
was like
into
2009.
So
It's
we'll
been
probably
it's
see
been
many other
decades.
shots of it before
It's not
time goes by.
yeah, it's not.
But we had a
very odd. This doesn't really
a
happen.
situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters. You can stop a helicopter very quickly. It had the ability to go up or down. It had the ability to turn. And the turn it made was not the correct turn, obviously. And it did.
Keep an
somewhat
eye on
the
Uber and
opposite of
Lyft.
What it was told. We don't know that that would have been the difference because the timing was so tight. It was so little. There was so little time to think. But what you did have is you had vision. The helicopter had vision of the plane.
More
Because
China,
you had vision
Baidu,
of it
Baba,
all the way-
Pinduoduo,
perfect vision
JD.
of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, You could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end, and by that time it was too late.
I mean, some of you guys may
They
not
shouldn't
like
have been at
hearing
the
what he's
same
saying,
height,
but
because
I mean, if this
wasn't
was
the same
Biden, they
height,
would have just
you could
came
have
up and
gone
told you
under it or
everything is
over it,
okay.
and
and then
nobody
just walked
realized
away.
it. Well,
Like,
they didn't say that
I
it's
don't
at
know,
the
man.
same height. At the same height would
Like, he's
still
actually
would
like,
have
why
been
did this
great. You
happen?
would have missed
Why
it by
this? We
quite a
could have
bit.
done
It
this.
could have been
Like,
1,000 feet higher.
I
It
don't
could
know.
have
At
been
least there
200
is
feet
some
lower.
level of.
But it was exactly at the
addressing
same
what
height,
the
and
fuck
somebody should have been
happened.
able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me, from a couple of words that I like to use, the words common sense.
No, China keys going.
Some really bad things happened, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. So you had a helicopter going in an identical direction. You had a helicopter that was at the exact same height as
Okay,
somebody
Euro
going
closed.
essentially
10 minutes in the
opposite
books.
direction.
China's just
You had a
nonstop.
plane that
Again,
was
watch if any
following
of the
a
early
track, which is a
dynamics from the
track that
morning
every other
shift.
plane followed. And I don't imagine, I know I've heard today that they might have been following the preceding plane, which was pretty close, but not that close.
Not that
The
close.
preceding plane, but you wouldn't have even been able to see that because of the direction that the helicopter was coming in at. So you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask our new Secretary of Transportation to say a few words. Sean Duffy, great gentleman, just started. It's not your fault, and I know you agree with me very strongly on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic control. It's such an important position.
Happy
I think I can't
Lunar.
emphasize stronger.
What's up, baby?
I changed it when
Happy
I first
Chinese
ran in
New Year's.
2016. I changed it.
Yeah, NVO
The
again. There's a
highest
trial.
standard
We had the news early. We just didn't
then
follow up. I didn't make
they
a play,
changed
but
it
it was the trial update.
back. That was
They're
by-
starting another trial.
To a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal, and
Wait till he starts taking questions.
Cooperation.
But again, they
begins
are going to
with
blame
the
Trump,
leadership
you guys.
in this body.
So
thank you for that,
it's
Mr.
good to
President.
hear
You
Trump
make
and what he's
our
saying,
jobs a lot easier.
but you have to really
you made an
realize
important
what do you
that
think is going to be the number
when
one
we deal with
criticism?
safety, we can only
I'll
accept
ask you
the
guys, what do you
best
think
and
it
the
is?
brightest in positions of safety that impact
What do you think
the
they're going to
lives of
criticize?
our loved ones, our
I'm
family
telling you,
members.
you're going to hear this
And
for
I
a
think you
couple
make
weeks.
A really important point on that, Mr. President. That is
Even
the
if you
motto
think
of the
there's, what do you mean no
presidency,
reason? There's,
the
this
best
is
of the
related to one thing he's
most
been doing.
intelligent coming into these spaces. I want to take a moment and extend my condolences to the families of the loved ones. We commit to them.
Again, I don't care whether you think he deserves the blame or not. I'm just telling you what's going to happen. Because people are already doing it. But you got to think about it. What is he saying? He's saying, I want to fire everybody. I'm offering buyouts. I'm getting rid of all these workers. You see what I'm saying? So that is what they are going to bring up. And they're gonna be like, look, if you fire everybody, planes are going to, somebody posted it like 24 hours ago. And they're going to be like, look, if you fire everybody, you're going to, so he did criticize. I mean, I think Trump laid out his case and all of that. And the other guy did resign. The Department of Transportation dude who was in charge of it resigned prior. But unfortunately, people, you are going to get a narrative criticizing, this is going to be an evidence of whether you agree with it or not. I'm not even telling you if I agree with it or not. I already notice it in the news, in the communication. People are going to use this as an example to, they're going to spin it off and say, look, If you fire, planes are going to crash. We can't do it. You can't cut down the government. This is what you get. See, bibbidi bobbidi boop. So yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. But again, you may not agree, but unfortunately, that is what some people are doing already. So yeah.
Department want to pass our condolences to the 64 souls and their families that were affected by this. Never should happen. And certainly the 3 service members, the 3 soldiers, a young captain.
That's what's going to happen. I mean, Republicans are going to blame the old people, and then the Democrats are going to blame Donald Trump's plan to gut the government. And this is a consequence.
Government mission. The military does dangerous things. It does routine things on the regular
basis. The same thing, yeah. I'm just giving you both sides. I mean, I could be wrong, but
a mistake was made.
I mean, this is what I see where things are going. Yeah, and it is pretty old. This isn't new.
Some sort of an elevation issue that we have immediately begun investigating at the DOD and Army level. Army CID is on the ground investigating. Top-tier aviation assets inside the DOD are investigating, sir, to get to the bottom of it so that it does not happen again, because it's absolutely unacceptable. But I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible.
ZK.
Blackhawks and flying.
ZK and EA. Whoa, ZK. Isn't that Chinese? That's up 8.
DEI.
Yo, check ZK.
At the Defense Department.
ZK.
The best and brightest, whether it's in
Chinese ADR, I'm pretty sure.
Or whether it's in our generals.
I don't have a headline, but that's a fat pop.
So thank you for your leadership.
Chinese EV. Ugh.
And we'll stand by you on it.
But yeah, I mean, you're getting it right now. I don't have a headline. It's just big pop. 7%.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I just want to reemphasize something the President said, and you've heard from the Secretary of Transportation and of Defense. There really was a whole of government response. We were all on the phone. We were all communicating yesterday, trying to get to the bottom of this.
There was China auto
also
subsidies
try to communicate with the American
that were
people about
announced
what
a week ago.
Something the President said.
Yeah, I don't see anything else.
Reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand you're not getting the best people in government. But on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are.
Why are you working?
And I think that is a.
You are a vice president.
Trump is going to
go to your room.
Brought to Washington D.C.
I'm supposed to see you one time every 6 months.
Because we want the best people.
I've seen him twice in 2 days.
We want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic.
What is this?
Who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many
it's
hundreds
freaking
of
me
people
out.
suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, on DEI and the
yeah, there are questions
are
now.
you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen?
Oh, first gotcha question.
It could have been. We have a high standard.
It could have been.
Much higher standard.
Could have not been too.
Else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So we don't know, but we do know that you had 2 planes at the same level. You had a helicopter and a plane. That shouldn't have happened. And we'll see. We're going to look into that, and we're going to see. But certainly for an air traffic controller, we want the brightest, the smartest, the sharpest. We want somebody that's psychologically superior, and that's what we're going to have. Yeah. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, you mentioned that
VST again.
That there were several Russian nationals on the flight.
Yes.
Will the U.S. government be willing to facilitate the transfer of their remains, considering the fact there is no direct air travel between the 2 countries?
We've already been in contact with Russia, and the answer is yes, we will facilitate. Yes.
I could be positive for war relations, but I wouldn't read too much into it. That was supposed to be like a sanction question if you think about it.
The Congo is getting worse, even though President John Lorenzo has been mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Ms. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the
Well, you're
Democratic
asking me a
Republic
question
of the
about
Congo.
Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it. But it is a very serious problem.
We even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have
policies?
lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
Danny here
I'm surprised
selling.
coming from you.
Isn't this info related?
Please.
Yeah, bad earnings.
Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who was at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was a crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher, or they're. So if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was a helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play. And they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive order,
Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order you say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
What a question.
You know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes.
I mean,
We've found that
sadly,
people
I
aren't,
was looking for the news,
mentally competent.
and then I look into the
You
chat,
see
and
the
I just
language.
see
The
y'all
language is
eating
put
him
out by
alive. I
them.
just let it happen.
And,
So
if you see that, I'm not going to.
I got rid of it, but I didn't want to step in. Y'all were doing your thing, and yeah,
should be
I
doing
just.
this particular job.
All
They'd
right.
be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots.
But y'all got to
were
be
the
nice
ones
too,
that,
though. You know,
made the mistake.
like
So
yeah,
I
you
don't
guys
know.
did good in a way,
I
but
understand that.
you
That's
just hit
why
them
I'm
with the
trying to figure
uppercut,
out
but don't kick
how
them
you
when
can
they're
come to the
down.
conclusion right now
You know,
that
Yash will
diversity
just take you
has
out,
nothing
but
to
I
do
don't
with
follow
this
up.
crash.
Because
you
that's what I'm saying.
know what I'm saying? Like,
And
you get one
unfortunately,
comment,
a
bro,
lot
and
of
then
people
that's
don't.
it.
We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes
Yeah, some of y'all
coming in during
really
a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing
Good,
with
it's
very
good though.
high-level
It'd
computer.
be nice, but yeah.
computer
Juniper
work
and
very
as the deal
complex
falling.
computers.
Yo,
And
Juniper
one of the
deal
other
has to
things
be
I will
falling
tell you
through.
is that the
I don't even have a
systems
headline. I just know
that
what's going
were
on.
built, I was going
Yo,
to-
HPE and Juniper on the low. That has to be the Juniper deal falling through. It's real. Be careful though. It's small. But any other time, I've never seen HPE go with it. Oh, somebody bought a shit ton of calls or they sold them. Interesting. Oh, very interesting. Yeah, watch Juniper and HPE, though. They had a deal to buy them, but I don't have a headline, but just from prior experience, I believe that is related to that deal. Yeah, DOJ. There it is. Headline, DOJ sues to stop HP's $14 billion deal. Got him. Thank you for that. Good shit, Coyote. Yeah, we got that. But yeah, so DOJ probe now. It might fade for a little bit, but like I'm telling you, if you've known the experience with that deal, you know, then you kind of have a general idea of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Juniper's halted. HPE still in play. Again, I'm sending these out on stream alerts, you guys, but I don't know there's something wrong with it. It's down today. Again, it only happens once every couple of years, but I apologize. But yeah, HPE still moving. That's crazy. Let me get Trump back on. I don't know, just like yesterday, if there's still cheap plays, go for them, but sometimes if you miss the headline move, you'll save money just ignoring it. But again, I think Juniper's halted. We had that early, though, because I already knew it was related. But yeah, that was beautiful. I don't have a play on it, though.
I heard that. We don't know.
So be
We're
smart.
gonna
Don't be a
know that pretty
jackass.
soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. Have a couple of more.
Yeah, I can't. Everything already jacked up, bro. Yeah, if you got the cheap ones, GG's, baby. I'm not going to do it, though. I learned from yesterday.
Is it helpful to have your
But yeah, you got that early. If you acted in the first minute or two, you got money. You could go for it if you want.
We want fast confirmations.
But I'm not. But again,
Democrats
you
have
got
been
that in the
doing
first
everything
seconds,
they
bro.
can to
First
delay.
seconds.
Taking
Intel
too
is
long,
rocketing
and
up.
We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows.
No,
are gonna be
HP,
confirmed.
investors
But
liked
we're
the deal when it
struggling
was
to get them
announced.
out, faster. We want them out faster.
I'm pulling
It's a
up
good
both for
question,
you.
actually.
Spy above VWAP.
We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows.
Yeah, where was it?
Sean for a
That was
long
beginning
time.
of
He got
24?
Many Democrat votes, but they.
Oh, yeah, they liked it, and then they had bad earnings, and then people started to really, really enjoy it. But honestly, though, I think HP might bounce. You might be right.
But they want to just keep it going.
Honestly, I wouldn't be so convinced on
I
that.
was very honored, actually, that you got so many
But
Democrats.
generally, I think people wanted the deal to happen. But think about it. If the DOJ says no, that means it was a powerful combination.
But I'm trying to meet with the families. And second question, is it your impression that military training...
Yeah, GG's, baby, GG's. I hope you got it, even if I didn't. Welcome to the news, baby. I told you, thousands of opportunities.
Things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know, but the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
I've got a question about the...
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA.
Yeah, spy running again. China's still up. Post-Euro close, we've been rallying.
3 days ago, I made that.
Yes,
So
sir.
again, remember
What's your message
ECB,
to
rate
the
cuts,
public
all of that.
in
That
weeks
could
and
have fed
months
into
ahead?
it.
Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing. and
Are
they were-
stream alerts worth it?
and
Oh, that's
something
up to
that,
you.
should be
But
done.
if you don't like
It's only
Jesus,
continuity
then you
in the
might
sense that
need
we
the
wanna
stream
have very
alerts.
good people, and that has
But
to
other
be,
than that,
in
just do your
continuity,
thing.
and that's
It's
what
really
they
up to
refer
you. But yeah,
But
it's
it
our
was,
first outage
basically
in 2 years,
practice, and
3
it was a
years.
practice that worked out.
But yeah, today is
very
just not
badly.
working.
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitate to fly. This is something that...
Bitch, you got Air Force One. What do you mean you not hesitate?
Like this has happened. And
I get charged per bag,
collision
Donald.
is
I ain't getting
just
on that
something
plane. Fuck all that.
We don't expect ever to happen.
You got a
Again, we are gonna
bathroom
have
and a bed. You got Air Force
the
One,
highest
dog.
level people
You
we've
got a
already
bulletproof
hired.
plane.
Some of the
What do you want me to
people
get?
that you've already hired for that position.
Oh, yeah.
Long before we knew about this. I mean, long before. From the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to
It's
do
not
things and they
bulletproof,
like
it's
to take them too
nuclear
far.
proof.
And this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that,
Yeah,
I'm
right.
not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question.
HPE
like
going
the
down
height
still.
of the
Again, Juniper's still
helicopter, height of
halted.
the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive.
All right, yo,
But, no.
if you want to be a genius, go look up if the deal between I could do it. I want to give you guys something to do because I already think I missed my opportunity. But go look up the deal between Juniper's open. Go look up the deal between Juniper and HPE, and then go see if there's a breakup fee. Because if the DOJ sues them and there's a breakup fee, then yeah, they're going to get paid off of it. So although they're going to lose off of the buyout price, they may be getting a couple $2 billion if the FTC or if they don't let it go through. So yeah, and there you go. Trump's over. We're up since 0 close now, so not too bad, my friends. Not too bad. Gabbard's still going. Says U.S. relations with China are complex. Says recent Salt Typhoon hacking on telecom is of great concern. Ooh, we might have to go to Gabbard. She's talking Juniper. Or excuse me, she's talking China. Sorry, there's a lot going on. But yeah, we're back up to open now. So you got a little aggressive there on the sell, but then it low key just balanced itself out. Again, like I told you, 400 names were up. I just think once Apple and Meta stop dying, you're able to really see how today was. But I'm going to go to the bathroom.
This really is an issue
Follow me
about
on
data
Instagram at
privacy
the Trade and
because
Fraternity.
So much of what is collected by all of these, even U.S.-owned
Understood. I'm
companies,
just
can be
concerned
sold.
Follow me on Twitter, Real
Country.
Cold News.
I get it, and
Thank
that is
you.
a bigger issue for Congress
Okay,
to
Burr.
wrestle, and I am all in for that conversation. But I want you to appreciate China. What is your view with regard to Taiwan? Do you think it is something that your intelligence efforts will understand how important our relationship is with Taiwan, specifically on chips manufacturing? I think President Trump has most recently decided to have a 100% tariff on all chips from Taiwan. And your statements, particularly about the bill we passed, the CHIPS Act, to make sure that domestic production is invested in, and so that we have that supply chain, and so we have that national security. But your public statements about the CHIPS Act have been very negative and don't seem to appreciate how important that independence is for our national security, to be beholden to China, to be beholden to Taiwan, to be in a place where we can't do our own national intelligence.
Yes, Senator, I fully support the investment in building and strengthening our own domestic capabilities. If I recall, that legislation had a lot of other provisions in it that had nothing to do with the production of our own capability, and I felt were a distraction away from and a potential obstacle towards achieving that.
So you will recommend to the president that we continue to invest in the semiconductor industry in the United States for our own independence as well as our own national security?
Yes, Senator, and I would base my recommendations on a number of these, all of these issues, if confirmed as D&I, based on the full assessment of the intelligence picture so that the president understands the ramifications and the potential cost towards any one of these policy positions that he will make and all of you will make.
And last, I want to return to the Soleimani strike. At the time,
Oh yeah, breakup
you said it
fees
was
400
illegal.
million.
President
That's
Trump
not that
did was
much.
illegal, would cause,
It is to you and me,
very
but for Wall
significant
Street,
problems down the line.
I don't think it's
What
material.
is your position on that strike, and will you be able to advise the president?
800
in
if
future issues with
HPE
regard to national
terminates.
security?
If it was like in the billions, that would have been big money for him. That would have been very bullish for Juniper.
I have been consistent on. I didn't have access to all of the information behind that strike at the time, and my concerns were that that may be an escalatory action. President Trump was right. There was no escalation beyond that, and his policies towards Iran turned out to be very effective for our own national security.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand.
Do you disagree with the president taking away the protection for those who are now being targeted in retaliation for the Soleimani strike, such as previous Secretary Pompeo?
Senator, I can't answer that without being able to look at the intelligence assessment and the threat assessment for that or other decisions.
Thank you, Senator Gillibrand. Senator Young.
Tulsi, good to see you. We had a nice visit in the office.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here today. It was clear from that visit in the office that we share a lot of concerns about ill-advised foreign regime change interventions, about the weaponization.
Oh, so it doesn't even, the breakup fee,
law enforcement.
there's no clause on
intel
regulatory.
authorities.
Yeah.
Let me talk about
some of them were like this Sprint T-Mobile deal,
which we
or one of those back in the day. There was a breakup fee even if
been
you didn't get
recognized. He fled
approval.
overseas
So
with,
if that's a
the numbers
contingency,
1.5
then
million
no, there's
classified
nothing.
documents. He shared them with the press. He absconded to China and Russia. Do you have any response to the bipartisan findings of the House Intel Committee, which stated that, quote, Snowden caused tremendous damage to national security, unquote, including to military, defense, and intelligence programs of great interest to America's adversaries? I'll give you an opportunity to respond, hopefully briefly.
Thank you, Senator. As I've said before, Edward Snowden broke the law, and I do not agree with how he chose to release information.
They're still asking her this?
And the extent of the information and intelligence that he released. It's my focus on the future, and I think we can all agree that we do not want to have another Snowden-type leak, and I've laid out specific actions, if confirmed as DNI, to do that.
Okay. Well, it's notable you didn't say, yes, he clearly hurt in various ways our national security. The same House committee also reported that based on DoD assessments, should the Chinese or Russians access certain documents relating to DoD capabilities that we know Snowden stole, quote, American troops.
One of you saying the opposite on the regulatory thing.
Conflict.
I don't know. You guys got to figure that out.
Reflection on this assessment.
If they do get paid, at least as a source of revenue, but the amount and if he does get qualified, if the DFJ blocks it.
But anything that puts our men and women in uniform unnecessarily at risk should be a grave concern.
Where's the long term? I don't know. Go find it.
A former Marine Corps intelligence officer.
It's on my Twitter and YouTube, I think.
When we find that Americans, whether private citizens or contractors or uniformed personnel, have shared sensitive designs about military technology or plans to a foreign government.
Mortgage rate 6.95 versus 6.96 last week.
Snowden did just that. Yet you have argued and many times that he should be pardoned. You introduced legislation, as has been discussed here. He's been able to publicly hide, as I see it, behind this facade of being a so-called whistleblower. But he likely endangered American lives.
Bankers pitch X debt with adjusted EBITDA of $1.2 billion.
Community. How would you think you would be received based on some of these past actions?
Okay, HPE's already bouncing up.
Edward Snowden. Rank and file intelligence analysts and intelligence professionals. How do you think it'll be received?
You don't know how to find it? Even Deep Seek can't find it? I don't know, then. That's
letters of endorsement.
I think there's an answer somewhere, but you'll figure it out. If not, it'll be a good learning lesson.
Individuals who've worked within the intelligence community, those who've worked or are still working within our military.
VST again, and now
City. They trust that my goal,
banks have been killing it all day, and GE, more infrastructure
in our
plays.
nation's security and upholding our oath to the Constitution. And they trust that if confirmed as Director of National Intelligence, I will take the very specific steps that I have laid out in informing every single person within the intelligence community about the legal pathways they have to blow the whistle or to...
I mean, the irony of all of this, I don't know if you guys remember, but when Snowden did it all, the Republicans were pissed. Everybody in the military, people really didn't like it. And then this was like, what, 2010 maybe? I don't even know. And then it was a very like liberal, like even like a Bitcoin thing back in the day, like Snowden. I don't know. Do you guys remember that? So it's funny that 10 years later or whatever, now we're like, wait, you got Republicans and they're the Snowden defenders, and I'm like, what? Like, it is kind of interesting. I mean, just from a historical standpoint of how people have viewed the
According
Snowden
to
situation.
Webster, that's the definition of a traitor.
Edward Snowden broke the law, and he released this information
Yeah,
in a way
kind of
that
like
he
TikTok.
should not
You're
have.
right, yeah.
He also acknowledged and exposed information that was unconstitutional, which drove a lot of the reforms that this body has made over the years to make sure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected.
Well, for what it's worth, Mr. Snowden is watching these proceedings. He's posted on social media even, indicating that Tulsi Gabbard should indicate that I harmed national security. This may be the rare instance in which I agree with Mr. Snowden. I think it would befit you and be helpful to the way you are perceived by members of the intelligence community if you would at least acknowledge that the greatest whistleblower in American history, so-called, harm national security by breaking the laws of the land around our intel authorities. So thank you for being here.
You're back to VWAP.
Thanks, Senator.
Again, 30 minutes post
Thank you, Mr.
zero.
Chairman.
Oh yeah, we should
Colonel
stand
Gabbard,
up.
I want to first say thank you for your service to this country.
Likewise.
In Congress and in the Army, and thank you for.
I need to
meeting
get
with
that
Dave a couple
MPW
weeks ago,
bond
and Thank you
info.
for being here today.
Should I call him?
You're nominated to lead and coordinate across the intelligence.
I can ask him
community's
and see,
numerous
like, I'm trying to
sources
invest.
Of collection.
How can I do? You guys,
and
did you
analytic
sell all the
capabilities.
bonds?
In a few sentences.
Is there any more
Can
available?
you describe how you make assessments and how you're going to sift through all this intelligence and make careful and thoughtful conclusions?
Yes, Senator, there are great professionals who work within the intelligence community. I will build a strong team around me as they present the intelligence reporting to provide to the President through the President's daily brief and to respond to issues and concerns that this body has. I will welcome dissenting voices to be able to make sure that this information intelligence is thoroughly vetted prior to presenting it, and make sure that the truth is reported, whether that truth is convenient or not.
Well, thank you, Ms. Colonel Gabbard, and I appreciate that. The President and others are going to rely on that. I want to discuss.
You had
such an
Uber
assessment
DOJ stuff
made by
earlier.
the IC. For years, the U.S. analyzed evidence of numerous chemical weapons attacks in Syria. Eventually, we were able to assess that Bashar al-Assad was responsible for a number of these attacks that slaughtered his own civilians. Do you accept the conclusion broadly that Assad used chemical weapons against Syrians?
Yes, and I'm on the record for years of agreeing with that broad assessment.
Thank you. Among the attacks the U.S. assessed Assad was responsible for 2 that occurred in Douma and Khan Sheikhoun in Syria. As a member of Congress and as a presidential candidate, and as recently as this month, in your written responses to this committee, you have cast doubt on the assessment that Assad is culpable in these 2 attacks. Is that still your position?
Senator, I raised those questions given.
Hi, is this MPW? Yes. Can I speak to investor relations? I am looking for more info on the bond offering. I'm looking to invest.
Sure.
Thank you. Isn't this intense?
This is Allison. Thank you for calling. I'm sorry I'm unable to take your call at the moment.
Damn.
Please leave your name, number, and a message at the tone, and I will get back with you as quickly as possible.
They're going to call me back. They did that last time. I'll call them in 30 minutes. Yeah, why not? I mean, if I could invest in that bond, I will buy a bond. Why not? Fuck it. Let me see. I want to know if it's oversubscribed or not. If it's oversubscribed, then we can't get into it, or you got to pay a premium, but that'll be a good sign. But if the bonds are still available, then that might be more negative. But yeah, and then I just realized, y'all, some of you got anxiety from listening. Man, I got to give y'all cold calling training, man. We need y'all in real estate, bro. Come on. Come
on the
on.
ground in an al-Qaeda-controlled area, and therefore were al-Qaeda-linked sources. And there was conflicting information that came from the UN's Office on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons Inspectors, as well as an MIT professor, Ted Postel,
So I
who
want to talk
looked at
about him
these
for a second.
extensively.
So did you look into his credentials, yes or no?
Yes.
And were you aware of his appearances on Russian Today, which is used by the Russians to disseminate government-approved messages?
No.
Were you aware Postal relied on a chemistry student with a record of defending the Assad regime?
At that time, I was not. I have been made aware since.
Do you consider this person or these two individuals now, do you consider them a better source for the chemistry of sarin gas than the U.S. intelligence community?
I assess that at the time, the information, I don't know the second person you're referring to, but MIT professor Ted Postel and the inspectors of the OPCW provided some credible questions that deserved examination.
Okay, thank you. Did you attempt to weigh Postal's claims against the significant evidence and assessments already conducted by the IC?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. So here's my concern here, Colonel.
I mean, I turned this on when she
we
started
began
saying
this,
China.
you described
I'm
a
sure the
thoughtful
cash
approach
hearing's
to
more
analyzing
entertaining.
Intelligence and reaching conclusions. This is what we expect of
And it's
our
by coming back
professionals.
down.
But we just kind of walked through how you came to question
Bro's
Assad's
ripping.
use of chemical
Whoa.
weapons in these two
Yeah, bro's
cases
getting a candle.
with
It's not like a
different
news
approach.
candle,
And
but
I don't
breaking out through the
reject
hive.
Seeking out differing viewpoints. We need to do that. But you started from a place of doubting the conclusions of the U.S. intelligence community, and then you sought out information that confirmed your viewpoint. That led you to embrace the opinions of two individuals that I think we disagree on this. You think they had expertise, I do not, and others do not. But these individuals were sympathetic to Russia and the Assad regime. It also led you to minimize or discount the overwhelmingly information that contradicted your viewpoint, including the expert assessments of our own intelligence community. And they don't get it right 100% of the time. I get that. But what I have seen makes it clear that at the same time that you were skeptical of our intelligence community's assessments, you would not apply the same skepticism to information that came from sympathizers of Russia and Assad. And I think that's something that we should all be concerned about. Thank you, and I'm sorry for going over my time.
Thank you, Senator Kelly. I want to recognize and welcome to the committee our newest member, Senator Budd, although we all regret
Senator
Rudy's
Budd.
departure. We're all pleased, as evidenced by the 99-0 vote, that he is now the Secretary of State, and that also
Okay, you're
pleased
breaking
we have
down a
great
little
new
bit.
member on our committee, Senator Budd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful for your leadership here as well. Colonel Gabbard, great to see you again. I enjoyed meeting you in my office a while back.
Colonel.
And I've enjoyed our friendship and our time serving together in the U.S. House. So as you know, Section 3023 of Title 50 states any individual nominated for appointment as DNI shall have extensive national security expertise. You served 4 terms as a member of the House of Representatives, which is a constitutional office, and throughout your tenure, you were a member of the Armed Services Committee and the Foreign Affairs
Trump
Committee,
watch,
is that correct?
Trump coin sold out?
Yes, Senator.
Oh, like
You
the
also
ones you could
served
buy?
over 2 decades in the U.S. Army, including holding commands at multiple levels, and served through administrations of both political parties. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Throughout your time in the U.S. House and in the Army, you've been both a consumer of intelligence and a policymaker. How important is it for the intelligence community to provide timely, relevant, factual, and objective intelligence to policymakers?
Senator, it is nothing less than a
Each
matter
time-
of our
bro,
national
what?
security. Too often in the multitude of intelligence failures that our country has
This
seen,
news was from
that
yesterday.
objective.
So I remember I posted on Twitter. Trump said that you could buy things and like even travel stuff with Trump coin, but apparently there's a watch and then they're gonna like make it limited. And then so it's like a physical NFT. I don't know, bro. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think is it sold out with less than Ethereum huge move. It's already sold out. Yeah, then there it is. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's hilarious. It's fun. I don't know if it's
meets the objective that the president and Congress
Pay with
requires,
Solana
which is
pay?
no politics, no personal abuses, and making sure that that objectivity in a timely, relevant fashion is brought to the president so that we can get ahead of problems in ensuring our national security rather than being caught on our heels and being forced to respond to them.
Thank you for that. I think it's clear from your background experience that you more than meet the statutory
You moved the
requirements
lights,
for this
baby. Good
position.
work. Thank you.
I want to switch gears a little bit. There's been a lot of discussion today. I think it's a necessary,
Every time
discussion about
you
your
see a new
position on
Trump item, you think
702,
about
Section
Biden can't
702
move
FISA.
much joke.
So I've personally had concerns, and I think we even talked about this when we served in the House.
It's true though,
together.
bro.
And I actually voted against its reauthorization.
That's it,
when
just
I
don't
was
get
in the
listen.
House. However, I recently voted
You
to
watch-
reauthorize Section 702.
You pull up a watch list
with
one day and I'm
additional
wearing a Trump
safeguards
watch. Just don't judge
in
me,
the
okay?
politicization of the tool and to
Okay, I
ensure
already got it.
national
I
or
fucking
to ensure
renounced all my
privacy and
Solana
civil
beliefs, even
liberties
though I
that
still
they're
think it's a
protected.
fucking scam.
So, Ms. Gabbard,
And I bought me a
tell
Trump
us,
coin.
how
Like,
has
I
your
don't.
thinking
So just
on
don't
Section
judge me, bro. I
702
repented
developed
last
over
night.
time,
I already.
and why?
Like,
And
you
if
know, I already
confirmed,
felt
what will you
ashamed
do
about
to
anything
ensure
else.
that this new statutory
Yeah, Justice
safeguards
Department
that they're
reiterating
fully
Juniper.
implemented?
Well, Senator, as you pointed out, many of the concerns that we raised when we served in the House of Representatives were centered around the lack of safeguards
Do I
to
think
protect
Solana is
Americans'
worth the
Fourth
investment?
Amendment rights
I'm a
and
big
civil
Bitcoin
liberties as it
maximalist.
pertains to searching
So,
of U.S. persons. with
I'm just
that
supporting the
incidental
homie
collection that
Trump, bro.
occurs Under 702. You and I both know
That's
and
it.
agree
If it
that
wasn't
the
Donald
national
Trump,
security
I would never have bought in
capability that
any
is
of this shit.
provided By
That's
Section
it.
702 that enables
And then let me,
this foreign surveillance on
Can I put it to you guys another way? Can I just give you a real quick, like, do you know, like, all these Solana meme coins? Do you guys know what they are? I saw this on Twitter and I laughed because it's so true. Do you guys know what the, like, this whole, like, culture of, like, pump fun and Solana, they're scams, a lot of them are, but it's literally, bro, this is the new 10-leg parlay. That's all it is. That's all. 99% of people are going to lose. Maybe somebody gets lucky. That's all it is. You're just doing sports betting for Solana coins on a parlay. That's all it is. It's literally just sports gambling for people who don't know what a running back is. So they make, and then they just make a bunch of fake shit, and then, yeah, and then that's it. But other than that, I was like, man, is absolutely. But yeah, without Trump, I don't think I would have ever purchased Solana. I just, again, the president of the United States, I saw that very early and I jumped on it, but I still have a lot of reservations.
Fourth Amendment protections.
Thank you. Switching gears a little bit, talk briefly, if you will, about the dual task of simultaneously protecting whistleblowers and protecting classified information.
Senator, there are more than sufficient legally protected routes for whistleblowers to come forward should they have concerns on any actions occurring within the intelligence
Bitcoin
community.
Maxi is, I
I've
just
spoken
think
about the
Bitcoin is the
additional
best. It's the
protections that
only
I
real
personally will
crypto.
put in place if
Pretty
confirmed
much.
as director of
I love
National
Ethereum too, but
Intelligence, understanding the
as
seriousness
I've
of
grown
protecting
older
our
and I've
nation's
been in this space
secrets
for a
and
long
one
time,
that I hold
you just
personally.
slowly start to realize Bitcoin is the
Thank you,
only
Senator
one.
Budd. I will recognize
It's
Senator
like I don't
Wicker,
know how to
an
describe it.
ex officio
It's the only
member
one.
of our committee, which is Latin for so powerful a man he can go to any committee he wants and ask questions anytime.
I look at it differently, Mr. Chairman. I think what you're saying is that I'm the only non-voting member of this committee.
It's not, though. I know. That's what you're
here at
supposed
this
to say
hearing. I've
next.
been at an
But
Armed Services Committee hearing.
You
most
cannot
of the
shake my
morning.
belief.
Let me ask about something that happened a long
I
time
understand where
ago,
you're coming from,
and
but
something
yeah,
something
it's
that's
the only
happening
one.
right now. Colonel Gabbard, I was a member
ECB
of the
may
House of
drop
Representatives
restrictive label on rate
9/11,
stance as soon as March.
2001. As a matter of fact, I was at the Pentagon that very morning when the attacks happened. Where were you when 9/11? We all remember where we were.
Yes, I was in Hawaii. There was a 5 or 6 hour time difference. And so when I woke up that morning, it was several hours. And I remember the first thing I saw in waking up was that horrific
They're
footage
friendly now. It
of those
started off a
airplanes
little more aggressive.
attacking the Twin Towers in New York City.
And I think you obviously have read a lot about it during the 24 plus years since that, and most Americans have. There's a general consensus that there was a massive intelligence failure that's caught us all by surprise, even though the World Trade Center had been attacked earlier. Do you
Nike again,
think,
and then United
stovepiping,
Airlines going up, or that's Under
was,
Armour. Never mind.
a problem in our intelligence failure?
There's no question about it, Senator.
Oh, okay. Well, based on your reading, okay, could you elaborate?
Uber, Waymo,
Absolutely,
Atlanta.
Senator. When we look
So remember,
back at
anytime
the
Waymo
post-9/11
expands,
reporting
actually they're
and the
going up on that though.
Assessments that were made, it was very clear that there was stovepiping of information and intelligence that
Twitter
occurred at many levels, at
adjusted
the highest, but
earnings.
also
Oh,
at the
shit.
lowest levels, were information that was collected by the FBI, information that was collected by the CIA.
Twitter's adjusted
was not
earnings
being
before
shared. It
taxes
was almost
is
ships passing in the
1.2
night,
billion in
where if there was an
2024.
integration of those intelligence elements and
That's just
information
fun fact
being
coming out
shared,
now.
it is highly likely that that horrific attack could have been prevented.
And that's the reason, really, your position was created. There's been some discussion this morning. I have not been able to listen in, but I understand there's been some discussion about reforming the Office of D&I to eliminate redundancy and increase effectiveness. Do you worry that in doing so, we might be getting back to the same problem that we had in 2001?
The problem that we had in 2001,
No, didn't
Senator,
Twitter
remains
used
at
to
the
make like
forefront of
4
my
billion?
mind, and as you said, this is exactly why the ODNI was created. Given my limited
nervous
vantage
on a
point
cold
not
call right
being
now?
in this seat, I am
Yeah, 'cause
concerned
you're
that
typing
there
and
are still
listening to me.
problems
What are you
with
doing?
stovepiping that need to be addressed.
You're not
And in
focused.
some
That's
cases,
why you're
my
nervous.
concern would be that unnecessary bureaucratic layers may be contributing to that problem. This is where coming in and being able to really take a fresh
Waymo
look,
Public
given
autonomous
my
rides will come to
experience and my
Atlanta
background, will be
through Uber
essential
later. Oh,
to
through Uber.
making
That's
sure
good.
that the ODNI is
That's why they didn't
accomplishing
sell off
the
on it.
reason why it was created in the first place.
Okay, and I have a lot of suggestions about how to make the Department of Defense more efficient also. I would simply caution you before I move on to my other quick question, that as we are trying to eliminate overlaps, that we avoid getting back to the thing that created your agency to start with. Now, let me just ask about anomalous health incidents. I know you're not in the intelligence community yet.
We got RFK again. So do you guys realize after yesterday, his odds dropped? So like whatever happened yesterday, and they grilled him, and then his reaction, there was a lot of people. I mean, there's a list of like everybody who has like a clip yelling at him. You could pull up how much money they've received in donations from the pharma companies. It's actually really funny. But yeah, but like after yesterday, we didn't listen to this one. We listened to Lutnick because it was more important for the market. But yeah, the odds of him getting confirmed have been lowered after that. Here, I'll show you that other list. Somebody tagged me on it. It's kind of wild.
The 8th in 1980, and nothing's changed. Nothing's gotten better. I'm going to bring in a native at the assistant secretary level. I'd like to get him actually designated as a assistant secretary for the first time in American history. Make sure that all of the decisions that we make in our agency are conscious of their impacts on the First Nations. I've spent a lot of time in your state. It's my favorite place to go. I've been up with the Gwich'in, representing the Gwich'in people up in Arctic Village, and been all over the state in the remote areas. I understand in Alaska the unique needs of Alaska because of remote health care, because some of these areas are not.
And then, bro, Squid Game season 3? I didn't know that for Netflix. When didn't season 2 just come out? Am I confused? Is that, yeah, I don't know. It's 3 hours ago. That could be good. But yeah, season 2 just came out. Yeah, they're saying June 27th, Netflix. This is old, but kind of interesting.
High quality healthcare, and we
INMB, Big Pop.
I look forward to
Immune Bio, 5%,
and others.
Thank you.
Is this the one he sold out of?
Record for going over. Senator also Brooks.
Sorry. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kennedy, I was struck by your comments during our meeting last week.
What?
I was struck by your comments in our meeting last week, where you made it abundantly clear to me that you intended to clean house of the professional scientist at the National Institutes of Health, which you know is headquartered
10% on INMB. That could be something.
And employs
I don't have a headline yet.
Hardworking Marylanders.
INMB.
I, for the record, believe in
the Uber Waymo
scientists,
stuff is
and I
hitting
believe
again.
in doctors, and I trust them over politicians without medical degrees.
I don't.
You talked about bad science and bad scientists, and in fact, you
It's a
specifically
prostate
said
cancer
to me,
drug.
in response to my question,
They had
that
a
you
trial
intend
data
to replace
yesterday.
the bad scientist with the good scientist. And so I want to ask
it might
you,
just be
in your
a liquidity
opinion, what
move.
makes a scientist or a doctor qualified to serve at the National Institutes of Health?
A scientist who's devoted to empirical methodology, to evidence-based science.
I don't like this one with high
scientists who
audio,
understand
man. I'm
the importance
sorry.
of Replication.
Both the lady and
the
him, I
importance of
can't.
publishing raw data and being open and transparent about it. The importance of publishing peer review. We have NIH has overseen over the past.
No, it's really
several
loud,
years
and then
decline,
they're both
precipitous
fucked up.
decline in
The
American
audio
health.
of it is that's
There's
at least on my end.
91,000 people at HHS and are you
I think they
suggesting
turned
that
his
some
mic
of
up
them
more.
should not be held responsible for that decline? They were in charge of protecting our health.
Let me just insert here.
Let me just finish.
But let me
by
just say
saying
this, because I only have 3 minutes left. I don't set the rules.
No, he had a
I
medical
ask the
complication.
questions,
That's why his
and the
voice sounds like
question
that.
is, really, whether you intend,
Kinda
as
sad.
you said, to substitute essentially your judgment for the judgment of these professional scientists and doctors.
I'm not going to substitute my judgment for science. Of course, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do.
NVS
Listen,
pop.
The New York Times just did an
Yo, out of
article
nowhere,
last week
NVS second
talking
biotech.
about the fraud,
This one's bigger. It's not
20-year
loading up. Yeah,
fraud,
there it is.
800
NVS.
fraudulent studies produced by NIH on amyloid plaques and not allowing any other hypothesis about the cause of Alzheimer's
Well, how
to be
will you
explored.
decide, Mr. Kennedy, which scientists
The ones
are
who
bad
are-
scientists?
the ones
Are
who
they
are-
the
who
ones
are-
who disagree with you?
The ones who are corrupt, the ones who have been doing science like the amyloid plaque studies that were
Amen.
fraudulent. We
These
should
doctors,
not.
let me ask you a question. Do you have a medical degree?
Do I know?
Okay, let me go to the next question. The Heritage Fund has compiled.
She
a
just wanted to
watch
end
list
it on that one. You ain't got a medical degree?
to go
Okay.
after federal staff. Is there a watch list for federal staff?
I got to watch
HHS?
this. YouTube.com. That's a trading fraternity every day, Monday through Thursday.
Have you or has anyone
The watch
in the
list.
administration
Today will be live.
developed a list
Yes.
of career scientists or federal staff that you would target for termination?
Not that I know of.
And let me just ask you another question. Now, your failed presidential
So if you go
campaign
look
has
at all the
been
NVS ripping,
to try and cover
again, I don't have a headline on it.
And you were questioned about
These
this
are all the
yesterday and
donations
failed to
amounts or
answer
how much
a
money
question,
received from
that
pharma
Senator Warren
for every
asked you.
senator.
And so I
And
wanna
then you
ask
could go watch
again,
their clips of them yelling at
regarding
RFK,
these emails
accusing
you
him of
sent
trying to make
raise
money.
How much
Yeah,
has your
Bernie
presidential
Sanders got almost
campaign
$2 million.
fundraising off of this
Elizabeth
administration's
Warren,
complete
1.2
disregard
million.
for workforce at HHS?
Senator Ron Wyden, 1.2 million.
How much
Yeah,
money
Sheldon,
has your presidential
351.
campaign made off of fundraising, off of this administration's complete disregard for the workforce at HHS?
Yeah, bro, Bernie got a bigger house than me.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask unanimous
I might
consent
have
to
nice
enter
cars. He don't
two
like them like
emails,
that, but Bernie
from
crib
this
is
week
fat,
and the
bro.
week before regarding fundraising that you are currently doing through your presidential.
Without objection.
I
And
guarantee, bro, he
finally,
got like 30-foot ceilings,
have a-
just throwing
you
stimulus
said
checks
to-
off the fucking
you know,
balcony.
On a show on
Say UBI,
February
bro. I'm
26,
telling you, he's
2021, an interview with Dr. Judy Mikovits, where you said the following, and I quote:
NVS again.
"We
It
should
doesn't
not
look
be
as
giving
much, but
black
bottom to
people
top, that's like
the
2%.
same vaccine schedule that's given to whites, because their immune system is better than ours."
Yeah,
Can you
Trump is
please
going to be at
explain
3
what
for
you
executive orders.
There's a series of studies, I think most of them by Poland, that show that
I did repost that. It's on my Twitter. One of you guys tagged me in it.
blacks have a much stronger reaction. There's differences in reaction to different products by different races.
So I have 17 seconds left. Let me just ask you then. So what different vaccine schedule would you say I should have received? What different vaccine schedule should I have received?
I mean, the Poland article suggests
He's
allows
answering
me
it.
fewer antigens.
This is so
so
dangerous.
you get the same measles vaccine. but
Mr.
it-
Kennedy, with all due respect, that is so dangerous. Your voice would be a voice that parents would listen to. That is so dangerous. I will be
With the
voting.
truth-
He got, I mean, that's not the
Your
answer. He kind of got set up,
views
but
are
he, I
dangerous
mean, the
to
way
our
he
citizens,
answered
to our
it.
country.
I mean, do you think science is dangerous, Senator? This is published, peer-reviewed studies.
I yield.
Senator,
That did not
Collins,
look
who
good.
would have been here the
He
whole
shouldn't
time,
have
she was in the
legitimized it.
Intel committee.
Because there is
Senator
like,
Collins.
I mean, if minorities are hesitant towards vaccines, that is a proven fact. That's just
I
been like
agree
that.
with
But
you that there
the way
needs
the
to be
question
more
was framed,
focus
and then
on
he
chronic
answered it, that's
diseases
what I
like
think
diabetes,
it got
like
taken the other way.
Alzheimer's. But it concerns me when I read a quote from you that says,
Oh, you had people clapping and then
"I'm
it just got
gonna
quiet."
say to NIH scientists, God bless you all. Thank you for your public service. We're going to give infectious diseases a break for about 8 years. Don't we need to do both? Don't
Yes, absolutely, Senator. The problem is there's been an imbalance. We've devoted all of these dollars to infectious disease and to drug development to make NIH an incubator for the pharmaceutical industry, and very little to chronic disease. But chronic disease is 92% of deaths in our country. It's 9 out of every $10 we spend on our budget. Why aren't we devoting at least equivalent studies to determining the etiology of our chronic disease? It just seems like common sense.
Are they going crazy with that headline? It didn't
I
look good,
would
bro.
point out that in
like I
many
said, just the
cases
answers,
it's
she set him up
Congress
really good, and he
rather than
actually answered it.
HHS who sets the funding levels for various diseases.
But NIH decides, as panels that decide who gets funding, not Congress, Senator.
I want to share with you a discussion that I had with the Maine pediatric nurse practitioner. She raised the concern that if people are discouraged from getting their children vaccinated, we will lose the herd immunity in a classroom. And that means that a child
That will have to be
who
6
may
feet apart, and that'd be terrible.
immunosuppressed
I
and
agree.
cannot get a vaccine
Tell him, Senator
are
Collins.
at risk of being in a classroom with an unvaccinated child, and thus at risk of getting the infectious disease because we've lost the herd immunity. What would be your response to that?
Disney.
My response is that
going lower.
Vaccine uptake for the COVID vaccine, for example, is down to 23%. And all vaccines are dropping, and they're doing that because people don't believe the government anymore. We need good science, and I'm going to bring that in. I'm going to restore trust, and that will restore vaccine uptake.
Well, you're certainly correct about what happened with the COVID vaccine, but let me switch to the polio vaccine. Do you think that the polio vaccine is safe and effective?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
And so would you seek to reduce its availability in any way?
No, not at all.
The state of
Cool. Okay,
Maine
we thought
has
polio was
seen
coming back,
a
RFK. Thank
steady
you for
and
clarifying
disturbing
that.
Increase in
Okay,
Lyme
polio is
disease
off the table, guys.
cases over the
He's
past
not
decade.
eliminating the
We
polio
talked
vaccine.
a little bit about this in my office. In 2023, Maine had a record number of Lyme disease cases, nearly 3,000 reported cases. Fortunately, there is a promising
You guys don't
vaccine
remember?
trial
Right
for
when
Lyme
they were
disease
saying
that
he was
is
going to be the
underway
nominee,
at Maine Health
everybody was
in
like, he's going to bring back polio.
Access to
That was
a
the
Lyme
joke. And then, yeah,
disease
that
would
question
be a monumental
hopefully cleared it
step
up.
forward in reducing the burden of this disease, which can have lifelong effects. I've seen it in members of my own family. As HHS
So you guys who are
Secretary
getting
confirmed,
like bothered by like the
what
voices and the
influence
speaking,
would you exercise
I'm
over new
inferring that you're on
vaccine
drugs right now.
approvals, such as one
Okay?
for Lyme disease?
Because it shouldn't
Senator,
be
you
that
and I have
upsetting.
talked about this issue.
You know what I'm saying?
I've
If you're like,
had
hey, hurry up,
Lyme
hurry
disease.
up,
I've lived in the
hurry up,
epicenter
hurry
of
up.
Lyme
Why does he
disease.
talk like
Every
that? That
member of
could
my
be a
family
side
has-
effect.
And my immediate family has had
So,
Lyme
or
disease.
over caffeine. You might be
I had a
overstimulated
son
right now.
whose face was paralyzed
I encourage
for a
you to
year.
scan the news
I
and
have
look
a
at your
son
long term. That
today
could help.
Who has been
But yeah.
suffering with devastating effects from Lyme disease for 2 years. There's nobody who will fight harder to find a vaccine.
No, sir,
or
this
a
is
treatment
too
for
slow.
Lyme disease than me.
I'm not going to lie to you. That's what
I
every
very much appreciate
methamphetamine
that
addict has
assurance,
ever
and I'm
spoken
sorry
to me.
that your own
It's always
family
too slow.
has been
You know,
so
that's what meth
adversely
does.
affected.
So be careful, okay? I'm sure
In
RFK is
Maine,
against
we
meth
have
too.
a lot of people who
So
work outside and work in the woods, and ticks are everywhere. So this is a very important issue to me. Thank
this
you.
message is brought to you by Dare.
Let me, we're almost to the end. Let me acknowledge Senator Moody has also been here the whole time. And so thank you, Senator Moody.
We get bonds again. Bonds are,
Yeah, well,
and then Bitcoin,
just
MSTR on the
incredible
low.
diligence. Thank you. Both Senator Sanders
Yeah,
and I
Bitcoin back to
will
normal,
have
or where we were
couple
today.
questions, and then we'll each have a closing statement, and then your long national nightmare will be over. So anyway, first a couple more of commit type questions. If you
there was a
are
rumor earlier
confirmed,
about
do you
him
commit
and
that You will
weed.
not work to impound, divert, or otherwise.
No, we haven't got
reduce any
anything
funding
meaningful.
appropriated by Congress for the purpose of vaccination programs.
Yes.
And do you commit that you will not impose new grant conditions outside of congressional direction for state, local, or global entities that in any way limits, restricts, or rescinds access to vaccines or vaccine promotion programs?
Yes.
And then this is the nice thing about
Yes.
listening to all of this.
He's so fed up.
Let me ask this. I've been impressed. One, you've handled yourself very well. I've been impressed that
Consult
that
your
on many
doctor about
things
long-term
you
symptoms
are
of BBB
familiar
might
with
include widening
recent
trade
medical
losses,
data.
receding hairlines, and extreme cases of bands.
But on other things, you haven't been. So let me bring up two things which are very pertinent now. While sitting here, I went up to look at the medical literature on these issues. And here's a title.
I'm going to
Why
get you the
Why
earnings
Parents
previews now
Say
and post
No
them
to
on
Having
Twitter.
Their children vaccinated against measles, a systemic review of the social determinants of parental perceptions on MMW.
Well, I want to watch the RFK one for a little because he might not get confirmed now. I'm telling you, people flipped on him yesterday.
For vaccine
that pharma
hesitancy
lobbying money
among
worked.
those with a college education or
Because it
higher.
was yesterday was bad.
Influenced by internet, social media narratives over physician-based vaccine information. I'll go back to something I said earlier. You got to follow it, man. There's a lot of people that look to you for.
I
do get
didn't think it was that bad, but then you had
People that
people
I
just flip-flopping.
know. But here it says it's not just my anecdote, it's actually out there. But
He just had a
when I-
couple
when
of
I
like
raised,
crazy
you said, well,
answers.
if I show you the data, you'll
and then,
change
I mean,
your,
it
because I
can
asked,
and
will
will be
you
used against
unequivocally,
you.
without qualification, say that measles vaccine does not cause autism. And you said if I show you the data.
I will publicly apologize
So here's a
and say that I was wrong.
Here's a meta-analysis from 2014, and you quoted Cochrane on several occasions, which for the people watching is a meta-analysis. A meta meaning they look at everything, and then they come to a conclusion based upon as much facts as they can get. And here is such a study, and the title tells it all. Vaccines
Yeah,
are
none of the
not
Streamlets
associated
work
with
today. I don't
autism,
know.
an
There's a
evidence-based
problem with the
meta-analysis
back
of
end,
case
but
control and cohort
yeah,
studies,
I've sent them, but
and
none of
ended
them
up
have been
looking at
received.
5 cohort studies with roughly 1.2 million children. Now, this is from 2014, and it has a whole bunch of articles it references. And then I got a text from a former employee of the NIH. I emphasize the former. Who says
Estee
that
Lauder on the
in
high, too.
Early in the President Trump's term, you and colleagues sent 90 papers for review by people at NIH. They felt like the NIH folks felt that without exception, they were severely lacking methodologically, and or found that they indeed showed the safety of these vaccines. We tried to engage Mr. Kennedy, but his colleagues refused to acknowledge the expertise of dozens of NIH scientists we made about those papers. Now, you're a smart guy. You're reading the medical literature, and you're coming up with the recent medical literature on certain issues. But here is both older article, summarizing lots of older articles that have come out since the original refuted Wakefield article in the Lancet regarding measles and autism. And here is somebody who, it's he said, but somebody who said that previously you've had this presented to you. So back to me. I'm a doc trying to understand. Convince me that you will become the public health advocate.
Don't convince him.
But not just churn old information so that there's never
Do not try to convince him. I promise you.
But that will become the influencer for people to believe, no, there's 1.25 million kids studied and there's no autism associated with measles. You tell me. You see what my question is in there.
I'm going to be an advocate for strong science. You show me those scientific studies, and you and I can meet about it. And there are other studies as well, and I'd love to show those to you. There's a study that came out last week of 47,000 9-year-olds in the Medicaid system in Florida. I think a Louisiana scientist called Mawson that shows the opposite. So there are other studies out there. I just want to follow the science. And I will do, if the science says, and I am wrong about what I've said in the past, as I said, I will publicly apologize. There's many times I've been wrong about science. If you look at my Instagram account, when I'm wrong, I apologize for it.
Market beat pumping
wrong.
TNXP.
I don't have any problem. Science is a process of challenging hypotheses with new evidence. And scientists have to be able to admit when they're wrong.
Macy's, that's the second time I've seen a pop.
Studies, the Institute of Medicine has said repeatedly in 2013, 2017, when they investigated this, has asked CDC to do certain studies, animal studies, bench studies, observational studies, studies of the vaccine safety data link. CDC has not done that. Oh, I want them to do that, and I want the best science. I can guarantee you, on my word of honor, that if you show me science that says that I'm wrong, I'm going to say I was wrong. I don't have any problem. There's nothing that would make me happier. We need to be able to look at the science.
Yeah, Spy's done good since Zero closed. You gave up half of it. I mean, not really any driver, but again, we got Trump in like an hour or two. 2 hours for Trump, and then get ready for Apple earnings. I'm posting the previews right now.
Why don't we know what's causing this epidemic? Why hasn't the CDC been looking at other hypotheses to determine the etiology of why we've had this dramatic 1,000% increase in this disease that is destroying our kids? Is probably the biggest issue. Why don't we know the answer after 30 years of steady rises in autism rates? Why don't we know the answer to that? We should know the answer.
What was that? What was that last article? Did you mention
that article? Is by Mawson, Mawson,
and it's regarding measles and what?
No, it looks at the entire schedule, and it says it's a study of 9-year-old boys, 47,000 9-year-old boys from the Florida healthcare.
Wait, where?
Okay, let me Senator Sanders.
Wait, where's this study? I want to see.
Thank you. And I find myself in the unusual
NetEase on the high
position.
That's another China name.
Having to agree with Senator Cassidy's line of questioning.
I'm sorry. That's just.
Mr. Kennedy, in an interview in July 2023, you stated, quote, "I do believe autism does come from vaccines." And you
Bernie.
have, end of quote, and you have praised a gentleman named Andrew Wakefield.
Got $2 million, bro. $2 million.
What studies you talk about the
pharmaceutical donations
that are good information to make
$2 million.
What studies.
I got people
have
criticizing my
utilized
landlord
to come
efforts.
to the conclusion that vaccines cause autism.
I'm happy to sit down with you.
No, please, just answer me that.
See,
look at the Austin study.
you got to answer him. He got
What?
paid $2 million.
Yeah, well,
Austin, just look at that study.
Yeah, I will, and that was published.
But I don't, I don't want to, I wouldn't rest on a single study.
Right.
And all studies can be better.
Okay, don't mean to be rude. I don't have a lot of time.
Just saying
you would not be. I just heard you say you could not be happier if you were proved wrong. Mr. Chairman, I asked to put into the record 16 studies done by scientists and doctors all over the world saying that vaccines do not cause autism. Are you happy with that objection?
Look at the IOM assessment of those 16 studies, Senator. The IOM has assessed them. But listen,
let me get to it. Don't have a lot of time. I apologize. I'm happy to talk to you at another time. Don't have a lot of time.
Bro, they never let him finish. They just
and I just want clarity.
Bro, they get terrible sound bites and then they just cut him off. It's so
scientists have estimated that the COVID vaccine saved 3 million lives.
Do you hate
President
everybody
Trump said
in the
COVID
world
vaccine was
who
one
hates
of the
you?
great miracles
Yes,
of the
I
age of
hate.
Trump.
Okay, no, not enough time. You hate
have
everybody.
said
Okay.
the COVID
How do you
vaccine
feel
was
if
the
everybody
deadliest vaccine
died?
ever
It
made.
wouldn't be good if
And
people
the
died. It's good if people
was the
died.
COVID
Okay, next
vaccine
question.
the deadliest vaccine ever made.
That's not what I
The
said.
reason I said that, Senator Sanders, is because
I don't have enough time. Next question.
On the vaccine adverse event reporting system, which is the only surveillance system, that and the VSafe. And there were more reports of injuries and deaths than any other, than all other vaccines combined.
But was it the scientists said it saved 3
Okay,
million?
go on my Twitter.
I don't know.
Real Cult News if you want the earnings previews. Apple, Intel, Team, and Deck. There's a couple of other ones today, but these are the ones that I like that could move the most. Again, what's priced in is already here. The implied move.
Prices in America, as you know.
So yeah.
And by the way, I think
on the
President
Twitter.
Trump did an
And then when the earnings
job
come out,
at
you
Warp
use this
Speed,
to
because
compare.
He wasn't just focusing on that one intervention. He was focusing.
He called it a miracle, but you have cast doubts on its efficacy. All right. Prescription drugs.
I deleted my Blue Sky.
We're going to make America
because I made
healthy.
one and then
I agree with you that we have to.
I just kept getting unwanted
need a
advances,
revolution
and then
in
Mark
the nature
Cuban
of food
slid
in
into my
America.
DMs, and I wasn't.
Physical
I just
exercise,
felt really
etc.
like
Very, very important.
I don't know. I just felt
But there are
safer
people
on
who are gonna
Twitter.
get sick.
So yeah, I
And
had
have
to
go
delete
the
my Blue
doctor
Sky.
and Find out why.
It was terrible.
1 out of 4 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs.
No,
their
that's not a
doctors
real
prescribe
story. That's a joke.
Because we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We made some progress. under
Mark
the
Cuban
Biden
has
administration
responded to me on
of
Twitter.
Negotiating prescription
But other
drug
than that,
prices with pharma.
that's
First
it.
time that's ever happened. Now, yesterday you told me that
you know how
the
disappointing
White House
that was?
going to issue something affirming their support.
I just wanted Elon to respond to me.
continuing,
And then
those,
Mark Cuban
Medicare
responds to
negotiations.
me.
Turned out not to be
If this
quite
was 10 years
accurate.
ago, I
Came
would have
up
been
with some grand
excited.
statement. Could have been
I
written
just
by
was
Trump.
so disappointed.
Very specific questions.
It's like, great,
Do you
cool.
believe and will you
Oh, Mark
insist
Cuban, great. I get fucking
that
Mark Cuban
Medicare
now.
continue to
I
negotiate
get 10. Then the
prices
new
with
Mark
the
Cuban like my
pharmaceutical
post.
industry
Great.
So we can substantially lower
Fuck
prescription
that.
drug costs in America.
President Trump has made it very clear to me that he wants to negotiate.
But negotiate is a big word, Bobby. It's a big word.
It's the word you just
Bobby,
used.
can you help us?
But no, I use defend a particular law. Will you defend the law in the Inflation Reduction Act?
See how I
which
defend my
already
$2 million
is negotiating
donors.
prescription drug prices?
That's how I want you to defend the law.
Drug price. He wants to
But you're
lower
not-
drug
That's
price.
it,
So you're not telling
Bobby.
me that you will defend
Tell him, Bobby.
the law that we passed, which has already had significant success.
Well, the Congress, look, I'm going to comply with the law, Senator. Congress passed the law. I'm swearing an oath to the Constitution. I'm going to comply
You're
with the
going to have a
laws.
significant influence on healthcare policy if you are.
And I'm going to
confirmed.
comply with the laws.
Let me just say this in conclusion, Chairman Cassidy.
He even just sighed. I love how he
President
just
Trump,
moves on.
And Mr. Kennedy.
Said,
are
my
quite right
conversation.
When they say that our system is broken, they're right. Our economic system today is broken. 3 people own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Wages have been stagnant for American workers for 50 years. The economy is broken. You know what?
I know.
Our political system.
Dude, politicians
is
get paid
broken
$2 million
and corrupt.
to defend
You have a
pharmaceutical
handful of
drugs that are based
billionaires
on
in
science,
both
but then once the
political
money
parties
comes
who
in, it's hard to
contribute
really
huge
know.
amounts of money
I know.
to
Tell
elect
him, Bernie.
candidates
Tell him.
in this room, throughout the United States Congress.
It's
That
so
is
bad.
a
Yeah, it's broken.
Political system and a real
Broken
threat
political
to
system.
democracy.
Undemocratic.
Our healthcare system is broken.
Tell him, Bern.
And it's broken for some of the reasons that Mr. Kennedy indicated. We have not paid attention to the fact that we have massive amounts of chronic disease. We have not answered the question why in the richest country in the history of the world, our life expectancy is lower than it is in countries far poorer than we are. So I think in many ways, President Trump and Mr. Kennedy have asked some of the right questions. Problem is their answers will only make a bad situation worse. So let me ask Mr. Kennedy again. If we want to make America healthy, will you assure the American people that you will fight to do what every other major country on earth does, guarantee health care to every single American?
I'm going to make America healthier than other countries in the world right now.
Will
with
you
the sickness.
guarantee do what every other major country does? It's a simple question.
And by the way, Bernie, the problem of corruption is not just in the federal agencies, it's in Congress too. Almost all the members of this panel are accepting, including yourself, are accepting millions of dollars from the pharmaceutical industry.
Oh, no.
Accepting their interest.
Oh, I thought that would... No. I ran for president like you.
No, it's facts, bro. It's facts. We're clowning on it because it's
They
real.
did not come from the executives, not one nickel of PAC money from the pharmaceutical industry.
Okay, just because you could legally move it. No, you got paid, bitch.
2020, you were the single largest
Because I had
receiver of pharmaceutical money.
contributions from workers all over this country. Workers,
You were the
that's not a nickel from corporate
Bernie,
PACs.
you were the single largest acceptor of
From
pharmaceutical
corporate PACs.
dollars.
No,
People who
from
work for
workers in
pharmaceutical
1.5
companies gave you
million.
money
Yeah,
in the
out of
millions. That's it.
200 million. All right, but
There you go. Thank you,
you have not
RFK.
answered. Last question. You have not answered.
That's
my
why they don't like him.
How the heck do we make America-
That's the realest shit. I can't even. I was just making the jokes because I didn't think he'd say it.
Chairman, we're literally 3 minutes
thought it
over
was
here.
the elephant in the
How
room.
long does it keep going? At some time, you're just battering the witness,
Not
Bernie.
battering the witnesses. I'm
Yes,
trying
you
to get
are.
an
And
answer.
you're getting upset at him. You're going at him just like anybody
They're
else.
like, chill, Bernie. We're all getting money. They're like, Bernie, shut up. He's going to expose all of us. Just shut the fuck up and stop badgering the witness. We all got paid. The fuck?
Before I ever entered politics,
Even the Republicans.
Before I was ever thinking about running for office, I practiced medicine for 30 years. I worked in public hospitals in California, Louisiana, specializing in liver disease, caring for those who otherwise would not have had a specialist. If you will, dedicating
So he's
my
smiling now. He's like, let's change the subject.
That is being a doctor.
He's like, that was
That
close.
ethic drives me now. In my opening statement, I told the story of my patient.
Yeah, tell a story. Tell a story.
An 18-year-old girl.
I can't believe he did that.
From hepatitis B, being air ambulanced to LSU Shreveport Hospital for a liver transplant. Now, let me finish the story.
I don't know. You don't
Her
see
mother
that
wasn't
too
allowed
often,
to
bro.
fly in the helicopter. So her
Most
mother
people
drove
are
the
too.
3 hours
They
from
want the
Baton Rouge to
job. They ain't
Shreveport.
gonna speak the truth like that.
Now, when she arrived,
you know what I'm
they let her
saying?
visit
But
her
like,
daughter
sadly,
before
that
she
is
went
the
back to
reality.
Iowa.
Like everything Bernie
And
was saying,
mom
it's
goes
everything's
in
broken,
to say a
and
prayer.
it's true. But
Squeezes the
why
daughter's
do
hand.
politicians? They
The
shouldn't
daughter's
take any
eyes
money
open,
from any
and she
pharmaceutical
said,
company. Let's be real. I get whether Republican or Democrat.
daughter began to
Like
recover.
you got to think about it. Like
Powerful
it's
story.
medicine. Why should there
Powerful
be an
story with a happy
incentive
ending.
to give
But as a
people
doctor,
medicine? It
I
should be off
saw
of need. Especially if we
endings not
want
so
universal health care, you can't
just
do
had
it
a
with
friend
people
text me,
incentivizing it
2
like that. It should
children
be off of
died
need.
in
I don't
a
think anybody on
intensive
Congress
care
should get a
unit at
single
Baton Rouge
dime
Hospital
from
from
any
vaccine
pharmaceutical
preventable diseases.
source or worker.
This
It
past
doesn't
month.
like it's very simple.
So my concern
But everybody
is that
wants
if there's
that
any
job, so
falseness,
nobody says it.
any undermining of a mama's trust in vaccines, another person will die from a vaccine preventable disease. Now, you've got a megaphone. Maybe you and Bernie, Bobby and Bernie. Of everybody in this room, the two of you have the biggest followings, tremendous credibility. And with that influence comes a great responsibility.
Yeah, Juniper's still
Now,
going
my
down.
responsibility is to learn, try and determine if you can be trusted to support the best public
Bobby
health.
and Bernie, PFEing in the tree.
A worthy movement called
VAXIN
to improve the health of Americans.
First
or
comes the hearing,
to undermine it,
then
always
comes the
asking
bit.
for
No?
more
Okay.
evidence
I tried.
and never accepting the evidence that is there.
I'll take the L. I'll hold the L.
I looked at the article from Dr. Mawson, and it seems to have some issues. I'll just put that to the side. And that is why I've been struggling with your nomination.
It started
There are
good.
issues we are.
We had
ultra
some
processed
but we-
food, obesity. We are simpatico. We're completely aligned. And as someone who has discussed immunizations with thousands of people,
I bet you he
I
says
understand
that to his
mothers want
patients.
reassurance that the
He says, "I am
vaccine their child
simpatico."
is receiving is necessary, safe.
Where did he
and
throw that in there?
We agree on that point, the two of us.
I
But we've
am
approached it differently.
simpatico to your
And
pain.
I think I can say
I
that
understand.
I've approached it using the preponderance of evidence to reassure, and you have approached using selected evidence to cast doubt. Now, put differently, we're about the same age. Does a 70-year-old man, 71-year-old man who has spent decades criticizing vaccines and who's financially vested in finding fault with vaccines, can he change his attitudes and approach now that he'll have the most important position influencing vaccine policy in the United States? Will you continue what you have been, or will you overturn a new leaf at age 70? I recognize, man, if you come out unequivocally, vaccines are safe, it does not cause autism, that would have an incredible impact. That's your power. So what's it going to be? Will it be using the credibility to support lots of articles, or will it be using credibility to undermine? And I got to figure that out for my vote. You have the power to help rebuild, to help public health institutions re-earn the trust of the American people. Now, let's be political. I'm a Republican. I represent the amazing state of Louisiana. And as a patriotic American, I want President Trump's policies to succeed in making America and Americans more secure, more prosperous, healthier. But if there's someone that is not vaccinated because of policies or attitudes you bring to the department, and there's another 18-year-old who dies of a vaccine-preventable disease, helicoptered away, God forbid, dies, it'll be blown up in the press. The greatest tragedy will be her death, but I can also tell you an associated tragedy, well, that will cost us, that will
Yeah,
cast
bro,
a
MVO.
shadow
Oh, wow,
over
bigger pop on
President Trump's
MVO.
legacy, which I want to be the absolute best legacy.
I don't see a headline again. We had the first headline in the morning, bro.
That's my dilemma, man.
That was crazy.
You may be hearing from me over the weekend. You
But
may
yeah,
be hearing
NVO,
from
I
me
don't have
over
a
the
follow-up.
weekend.
I'm looking.
I once again thank you for your time, and I yield to my ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much.
Yeah,
for
wait.
your
Why is
job in
Pfizer going up?
Conducting
Nah,
this
that's weird.
very
He didn't say shit.
hearing. Let me
Senate
reiterate.
help Cassidy says he's struggling with nomination. So, like, low
Every
key,
person
that
on this
comment,
panel,
that might have been
I hope
it.
everybody in
I don't think that guy who
wants
just
to make
said
us the healthiest
he doesn't know
country
if he'll confirm
on earth.
that hit the wire, and then
applaud
now all of
Mr.
these
Kennedy for
biotechs are popping.
raising the issues and talking about some
Go
very
check
important
Polymarket if odds drop. Other than that, I don't know. But yeah,
But
you
what
got
I am not
biotechs moving.
hearing from him are some very
But it might be
specific
off of that.
policy
Yeah, if that just happened in
that
real
we
time. That one we just heard, him saying, I don't know how I feel about
It
this.
is
It could 50-50, but it correlates.
that when 68
But right when he said he is
68,000
not,
Americans
he's
died
struggling
because
with
they
the
can't afford to go
nomination.
to
They
the
all
doctor.
popped. NVO,
You gotta deal
Pfizer,
with
all
it.
of them.
And I have not heard one word about the need for universal health care that exists in every country on earth. When
That's
one
crazy.
out of 4 people can't afford prescription drugs because the pharmaceutical industry is ripping us off and charging us 10 times more in some cases than the people. in
Are they
other
ripping you
countries.
off because you
I
want
have
more
not
than
heard
2
the
million, or what are you
definitive
talking
answer I
about?
need that we're not going to pay the highest prices in the world.
I don't know if
for
he's speaking
prescription
for the
drugs.
people or Congress. It gets
One of the points
confusing.
I think that Mr. Kennedy
I
made
don't
was
know what
this,
he's.
Healthcare is not just medical care. It's a lot more. talk about the food industry. We have held a hearing, Senator Cassidy and I held a hearing a couple of months ago, where we made the point that the food industry is, in fact, poisoning our kids with addictive food that is leading to obesity, diabetes, heart conditions, etc. And I hope.
I think they're just trying to have Bernie say some of the stuff that RFK does to be like, look, you can still believe that.
Food industry. And
get a bunch of money from Pfizer.
Products that they sell our kids.
Yeah, bro, they're all ripping NVO and
Pfizer.
That little comment on the conference, it could be it. I'm not saying that with pure certainty, but clearly there was a giant move after that little flub right there.
Today, again, it's not just doctor care, medical care. We have millions of people working for starvation wages. You cannot.
Southwest says demand expected to rise
a week, and you can't afford.
It didn't move. Oh, there it is.
Rent.
Yeah, Southwest COO says expects current demand to strengthen into 2025.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me just say this. I think the issues that have been raised in this hearing today are of enormous importance. I look forward to working with you and other members of this committee to make sure that we develop the policies that have the courage to take on very powerful and wealthy special interests. So, in fact, that we can make America healthy. Thank you.
This concludes our hearing. For any senators who wish to ask additional questions, questions for the record will be due tomorrow on Friday, January 31st at 5 p.m.
Please come pick up your Pfizer checks at the door. Thank you. If you have not received it yet, we'll have that waiting for you. That was crazy. I can't believe it. I really am surprised. That little comment, again, that's what I was telling you, like watching. Now, I thought there was going to be more drama than market moving, but again, you did get a movement on biotechs. Literally, NVO went crazy. And we had that news earlier. We should have played that. But yeah, that hit. I mean, right now, we're middle of the day again. We got Trump executive orders in about, 2 hours now? I don't know. I think they vote in a couple of days. Maybe either Friday or by next week. But still, I don't know, man. RFK, like I was telling you guys before, it was already getting bad for him. And now you just watched another hit in real time. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of sad, but because I like him a lot, man. But I don't know. They're, actually, yeah, I don't think pharma really, they're going hard on him, dude. They really don't want I think they'll accept him, but he needs to bend the knee, and I don't think he has in as much as they wanted to. Does that make sense? I really think they want him they want him to just cave a little bit on some things, but he's really not. That's why I think they're like, all right, well, fuck you, man. We can't, because I don't know how everybody else got through. Bro, let's come on, Lutnick. You guys realize Lutnick is I love him. I think he's great, but I would have thought Lutnick would have had more issue because he has never done anything in government at all. And he's on trade and all of that. Even Bessent's dope and all, but again, all these other people, they kind of really, I think they had a good showing, but RFK has really kind of been exactly the same as you saw him on the campaign. Well, let's see, though, if these biotechs hold up. RFK broke his knee strangling deer. I mean, he's an interesting man. I like his stance on medicine, and I agree with him in many ways. Yo, Broadcom Flushing. That was earnings winner off of a data center. But yeah, they just dropped $3. Looks bigger on the low ticker than the actual move, but they are going through the low. But yeah, besides his medicine stuff, though, he has a pretty interesting life. I don't know if you've looked into his lore, but he is definitely he's interesting, man. No, he has a wild life. All right, let me just Maybe I should save this for Philo. It's kind of inappropriate, but I feel him because I've had this struggle, not to the same extent, because I was never like in a presidential family, but like, bro, RFK loves hoes. I'm sorry, I don't want to hurt the confirmation hearing, but oh, dude, he loves these hoes, bro. If you don't know like his story, bro, it's kind of, I'm like, damn. Nah, bro. Some of this shit where I'm like all the times when y'all be commenting stuff, he like, oh my girl, I got a side girl, I this, oh yeah, like you ain't do it like RFK, dog. I'm just telling you right now, ain't nobody got shit on RFK, bro. So yeah, bro. But yeah, that was so. But other than that, he has other crazy stories. But I'm very I like his stance on pharma. Yeah, he did do drugs and other things, bro. No, dude, like he had like a diary. I don't even want to tell you this. You guys don't know this stuff? Because I don't want to, I feel bad. I'm about to hurt his Senate confirmation. You haven't read the diary? Bro, it's kind of crazy. He like philos to himself. He like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's real. I think it is confirmed. I mean, just people don't talk about it, or they did more during the campaign. After Donald Trump run, I think a lot of people kind of like forgot about it, but he would just like write in his journal about these hoes. Like, it was really weird. Like, he would be like, I can't help myself, and like he would just like write us. He would like, I do this. Like, it would be like life and how he feels, and then the desire, and then the need. And I'm like, dude, what? Like, all right, bro. Yeah, but like, and then he was married, and then not married, and then there was a lot of things, bro. We're not all like, I don't think all of us journal. I don't think that's, I feel like that's, I don't, maybe that's, I don't, this is sad that that's the part that I judge him on. Because I'm like, all right, I could understand Mose, but I'm like, why the fuck you journaling this shit, bro? What are you, a 12-year-old girl? Like, why are you what are you doing writing a fucking journal on this, man? That's it. He should have just repented a long time ago. Yeah, Hunter journaled a little differently. All right, guys, we're having way too much fun today, okay? We've had way, way too much fun today, okay? Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Good part is you're, like, barely right at open. But then, like I told you, in the next few hours, you're going to get one more catalyst with Donald Trump, and then you're going to get your earnings. So, yeah, man. Trump is going to be speaking at 3. You journal? You journal your sexual escapades? I'm sorry, unless we're talking something else. But that's the part that really odded me out. You do? Okay, yeah, that's very RFK of you. That's all I could say. I'm not going to lie, I am judging you a little bit, but I don't want to. I journal my life. I don't tell you guys every time I'm with a female, or if I'm like, yeah, bro, I just got laid. You guys like to tell me that, but I think it's kind of odd. I mean, it is natural. I'm past that stage, but yeah, that's very odd. I'm sorry, I can't. You have a gratitude journal? Please don't tell me you have sexual escapades in there. Otherwise, that's fine if not. But he's like, I'm so grateful for this. Oh, man. Okay, you guys. I'm having too much fun. That's what we need, a little bit more news. But I need to go to the bathroom, okay? So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. And, yeah, I'll be right back.
Did come away incremental. Do you think that, on any pullbacks, we'd likely take advantage?
So, Dan, let me ask you a quick final question then, because if I don't even know if they were automotive, but if the gross margins didn't matter last night, for a long time that was the tell on the stock until COVID, and it kind of gave up margin to take share and so forth. And what is the new tell?
this is right now on narrative. We do think that at some point fundamentals will go back to mattering to some extent. They've mattered at least directionally in determining the stock, but right now this is really a stock that's on narrative, and people are going to be watching carefully to see, okay, where are you on FSD development deployments, and is this technology real? I think we just remind people it is a very long path to achieving the types of capabilities that everyone is hoping for. We saw how long it took for Waymo, but then to monetize on that and have a real business model will take a lot of time. But people want to see the progress, and that's really going to be the gating factor on the narrative.
Shares are up almost 5% now to session highs. Dan, how would you describe Tesla's progress relative to Waymo's? Are they behind?
Look, Waymo has achieved true driverless capabilities. Go to San Francisco and you'll see no shortage of Waymos that many people would say really, are the same exact thing as an Uber. That was always the dream on autonomous. We haven't seen that with Tesla yet. Now, the opportunity for Tesla is to expand beyond localized solutions, right? So we see Waymo specifically in San Francisco, specifically in parts of LA or Phoenix. Tesla is promising a generalized solution. So while Tesla has not pulled the driver yet in a dense urban environment, the hope for some, and I think it remains to be seen, is that they can scale this more rapidly because of the generalized solution that they have.
Yeah.
But remains to be seen how that plays out.
Dan, appreciate you joining us for that today. Dan Levy, who covers Tesla, of course, has equal weight rating on the stock. Deirdre, because Tesla's an idiosyncratic story about robo-taxis, or maybe it's also about AI, you could argue. What jumped out to you last night from what we heard in terms of AI from Meta and Microsoft?
It was terrible.
Ooh, that's a big question. There's.
No, all right. Did you guys know that? I hate to break it to you. I don't know if it was realized on like net income or gap. I don't know if it was like adjusted or not, but I'm pretty sure half of Tesla's gain in revenue came from their unrealized Bitcoin. So somebody fact check this, but yeah, Tesla was bad. That's why I was confused in the morning, because he said we're going back to growth and then we're like, the cogs and all of that. But I was like, it didn't seem good. But then again, everybody bid it up. But yeah, I guess some of the revenue was unrealized Bitcoin profit. No exaggeration. So yeah, but it wasn't really like it. I mean, I love Elon, but they weren't really good numbers. Meta was probably the best. I don't think Microsoft was bad. Microsoft was good, but the cloud growth was the issue. I mean, Microsoft is deceptively big. Most people, again, it's like the second, third largest company in the world. You either believe or you don't believe. Tesla. You love Elon? What a glazer. I do love Elon. Yeah. That's it. Are you scared to love? Do you want to talk about it? Are you scared that they're going to call you a glazer for expressing your feelings? It's okay. I'm here for you. Amen. Amen. IBM was really good. I think IBM was the easiest one. Like, that was just a good read. I kind of wish we did it. But, yeah, it was great. You hate vulnerability? No, embrace it, brother. Embrace it. That's it. Be courageous. You love your mother. I don't love Elon. All right, maybe. I respect Elon. How about that? Because that is. I mean, you put anybody against moms. I'm picking moms. I even had to explain this to my girlfriend. I had to make sure she knew. Everybody has to know. So, yeah, amen. Amen. I'm not going to bet on the Super Bowl. I'll probably buy Super Bowl meme coin, but I don't know if there's a parlay, but I don't think I will. I don't. Last time I went to Vegas, but when is the Super Bowl? I just realized it's soon. I didn't know that. February 8th? Oh, wow. Dang, that's crazy. So you're going to get to bump the Uncle album the whole Super Bowl weekend. Wow. That's dope. I didn't even know that. NXL? Wow. MO came back. Like I told you, the only bad part was smokeless. You enjoy the talk. Well, I hope so. I mean, you guys have done very good recently. Like I said, it's kind of funny and it's kind of like, it's odd, but like a lot of y'all, I don't know, maybe we just banned everybody else, but a lot of y'all have done very, very well. I mean, there was less plays posted today, but again, there was less action. But at the end of the day, I'm very impressed. I banned all the non-MAGA people. I don't think I have. I think there's non-MAGA people in here. They just don't really communicate in propaganda. Like they actually talk like real humans. So I think we've had conversations with both, but yeah, it's very just like I'm saying. I mean, I think a lot of people have been nice. Again, I think I woke up, I'm kind of surprised how nice people have been. So yeah, that's all it is. I mean, it's very simple. I said it the other day, bro. The real a real ass like Democrat. Maybe I wouldn't call him a liberal. Like a real Democrat. Like I have a lot of respect for them. The people who are actually care about people, who aren't, who are open to ideas and evidence, and they have real thoughts. I mean, I respect the people who don't go on any side of extremism. That's it. Very, very simple. And that's why I'm like, that's America is a great place, bro. You have people. That's why I was saying, like, you may give it some time. If you could approach each other respectfully, you may realize you probably have more in common with somebody that you disagree with than not. But again, extremism is really the problem on either side. Do not replace your timidness or aggressiveness with like a patriotism that is fueled off of a cause like that, That's a philo. I don't know. Don't get me started, but yeah. Well, I'm glad you guys are here, honestly, even if you're not a Trumper, and I really appreciate you listening to me and my jokes, and whether you agree or not. That's what I'm saying, man. Thank you, and I hope you get the news, and I really hope I could help you out as well. That's amen, bro. Amen. That's what I believe, and I know some of you believe it too. But I'm laughing because I wanted to compliment you guys, but we're still going members only for philo, so don't get too excited. I want to make sure this is real. That's all. Yeah, I don't want this to be a fake behavior correction because you guys got scared. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure this is real. Yeah, you guys were close though. That's what I'm saying. I recognize the improvement. I do not ignore it. So I do recognize a very, very good improvement, and I like it, and I want more of it. And we'll go members only, but I'm always open to lifting it if we go in this direction further. So amen, amen, amen. I haven't responded to non-MAGA's emails long-term. Practice what you preach. Okay, MAGA people, if you support Donald Trump and voted for Donald Trump, how many of you have I emailed me and I never responded? Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't respond to anybody. It all depends what it is. If it's like hyper serious, I will try my best. I've had both MAGA and non-MAGA people destroy my email. I try my best, but generally what I usually say is email me, and then if I could answer what you email on stream, that's usually the best way, and it's transparent. I don't like to have too many private conversations with people. I like to have everything transparently in front of everybody. That's kind of why I like Twitter too. Even when I respond, y'all see what I'm doing. So I wouldn't take it personally. I'm sorry if you did, but it had nothing to do with your political ideology. So yeah, I think other people could attest to that. You don't get anything out of it? Well, that's unfortunate. I mean, you may be in your emotions. I mean, as anybody who is non-MAGA, have you found the stream to be useful in the last couple of weeks? Any of the information, honestly, more concise than confusing, because I would argue that we have done very well. And I think it's been noticed by other people too. But so it's just emotions. I mean, again, that's why I've been saying with a lot of stuff, I'm just going to push people to be their best. But at the same time, I cannot hold people's hands on stuff, and you got to pay attention and lock in if you want it. If not, that's not. But I think objectively, I mean, we've provided a crazy amount of info and even done it very early. So, yeah. Doesn't mean it's hostile. Well, it shouldn't be, but I like I'm saying, I think you might have had a bad experience, and I'm sorry for that. But now that a lot of it, again, we have been focusing a lot on the market, I am going to make some jokes here and there, but if you do pay attention, I think I called Trump's sons cokeheads yesterday. So, but I apologize because I think you seem a little genuine, but at the same time, if it doesn't work for you and it's not comfortable, you maybe be better somewhere else. And that's okay. And if it is my fault, it is. But yeah, at the same time, I'm here to provide info on stocks. I want to get you guys information. And if you don't have a long-term in savings, all of this is useless. And I do put you guys ahead of me in many ways, but I need people locked in and focused to really take advantage of it. But that being said, I love you all, and God bless you, but we might have to make the move now. So let me get this set up. I try to call MPW. I might have to call him later. Is this Philo? Yeah. Okay. So we are going to go members only. I'm going to come back with like 10 minutes left. If you want to stay, you are agreeing that you want to hear about the Bible, because that's why I'm going members only. I don't want to offend anybody or, again, create a hostile environment. So I'm going to keep my biblical religious stuff to myself. But if you would like to, it will be members only for a few hours. And then, oh, wait, where'd the other one go? Oh, wait, I don't even see the chat. Yeah, but yeah, if you're a member, you'll be able to get it. If not, you should see the stream with like 10 minutes left in the day to close it out. And then I'll be here for Apple earnings if you guys want to listen. So that is this stream. I love you all. Have a great day. And get that long term. Otherwise, this is all for nothing. I know. All right, man. Thank you all again. I'll see you at the end of the day.